Chapter 129. How do you also know the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword? At the combat arena. Leah, dressed in black, slowly took the North Sea heavy sword off his back. His expression was stern, his gaze fixated on the figure 100 feet away, eyes full of battle intent. His opponent was none other than Enhao. Enhao stood tall, dressed in splendid blue robes, a gold thread purple belt, his long hair coiled beneath a silver crown inlaid with a golden phoenix. He was adjusting his wrist guard, which was crafted finely. A breeze stirred the black locks at the sides of his cheeks, his smile was radiant. He raised his chin slightly, looked down on Leah, and said with a chuckle, "Previously, you relied on the weight of that sword to defeat your enemies. This time, your opponent is me, so don't think you can hide your strength." Leah asked, "And how old are you this year?" Enhao answered, 40, why? 40 years old, at the 9th layer of core formation. Leah fell silent, just hearing that invoked jealousy. He took a deep breath, raised the North Sea heavy sword, and said, "Then let me see the prowess of the Supreme Sex number 1 genius." As his words fell, he stepped forward, and in 3 steps, he was slashing at Enhao, the heavy North Sea heavy sword raising a gust of wind. Enhao used his right hand, 2 fingers forming a sword chi emanating from his fingertips, countering Li Ya's sword moves. Sword lights flickered, sword chi sword, their figures intertwined, engaging in a fierce and swift battle, drawing waves of cheers from the outer gate city. Guan stood on the eaves, looking up at the fight. Wu Ju suddenly appeared beside him, also gazing up at the light screen. He marveled, "These two are incredible. Of course, they are the renowned geniuses of the Supreme Sect." Guan replied. Both Enhao and Leah were in the core formation realm, but the battle they demonstrated was far more exciting than other core formation geniuses' battles. Li Ya's force was huge and powerful, like he could split mountains and rivers. Enhao was light and graceful, facing Li Ya's sword moves with great ease. Their movements were extremely fast, most of the disciples in the outer gate city couldn't keep up, they kept maneuvering, only the sword light could mark their positions. Clang! Enhao flipped and swung his arm, the sword chi on his fingers pressing down on Li Ya's legs, the North Sea heavy sword shaking above his head, showing Enhao's immense chi. Leah didn't expect Enhao to match his strength, even though he had consumed the dragon image divine primordial, increasing his pressure. Boom! A terrifying sword intent burst out, sending Enhao flying. He flipped in the air and landed steadily 100 feet away. Enhao looked at Leah in astonishment, then followed with a wild smile. The battle light screen transmitted part of the battle pressure, allowing the spectators to know the fight was real. Once Li Ya's sword intent was released, the entire Supreme Sect was thrilled. This is the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao. Leah has received the inheritance of Sword Venerable Fudao. I've stayed at the heavenly repair platform for days. This is definitely the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao. Leah is so powerful, I didn't expect the strongest among the royal disciples to be him. He's much stronger than his sister Li Xuanyu. The city Guan was in also erupted in a thunderous uproar. Countless people were amazed by the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword unleashed by Leah. Wu Ju felt the sword intent and sighed, "So powerful, I feel like it won't be easy to win against him." Guan glanced at him. "Just not easy?" Entwined in the sword intent, Leah straightened, raising his sword to point at Enhao, his black hair fluttering, and black robes rustling. His entire demeanor changed dramatically, his expression became more severe. "The battle only truly begins now," Leah said coldly. He didn't expect to be forced to use the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword so early, blaming his own bad luck for encountering Enhao prematurely. When he unleashed the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword, he felt the battle was over. Although Enhao had yet to unleash powerful spells, no spell could match the Taicang Divine Shocking Sword. Enhao's comprehension of sword intent was kept secret. Leah, who was often away, had no clue about Enhao's combat techniques. However, seeing Enhao smiling, Leah felt puzzled. This guy's gone mad? Enhao patted his robe, his smile growing. Boom! An overwhelming sword intent surpassed Li Ya's, shaking the entire valley. Violent sword chi condensed into a giant face above Enhao, looking down at Leah. Before this giant sword chi face, Leah looked insignificant, his sword chi trivial. Impossible. How do you also know the Taicang Divine shocking sword? Leah shouted in disbelief. In the outer gate city, countless people gasped, even Enhao had received the inheritance of sword Venerable Fudao. The ghost mother of ephemera on the heavenly repair platform looked at the light screen in the sky, her brows furrowed, her eyes also showing shock. The Taicang Divine shocking sword, which had disappeared for thousands of years, reappeared in the mortal world, and 3 inheritors emerged at once. The ghost mother of ephemera, well aware of the Taicang Divine shocking sword's origins, was also taken aback, her respect for sword Venerable Fudao growing. She could tell these two, wielding the Taicang Divine shocking sword, were certainly related to sword Venerable Fudao. In the light screen, Enhao soared into the air, looking down on Leah, said with a smile, "Since we are from the same lineage, let's see whose sword intent is stronger." He raised his right hand, palm facing Leah, his smile fading. When Leah used the Taicang Divine shocking sword, Enhao felt a sense of kinship, recognizing Leah as a fellow disciple. But even among brothers, he would not hold back. Enhao was born to be the strongest. All opponents must submit at his feet. Enhao's eyes focused, the giant sword chi face's eyes widened, countless sword shadows shot out like a river of stars, unstoppable. Leah gripped his sword with both hands, slashing down with his strongest sword move. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted, and shouted in his heart, "I cannot lose." The two sword intents collided, sword light enveloping the whole city. Wu Ju's face was lit up by the sword light, he was stunned. "Enhao is so strong, I'm not a match," Wu Ju murmured. If his opponent was Leah, he might have some confidence, but Enhao's strength left him feeling hopeless. Guan watched the battle with a blank expression. The progress of Enhao and Leah pleased him, but knowing Leah would soon be seriously injured dampened his mood. He even suspected LV Badian purposely orchestrated this, as LV Badian always disliked Li Xiandao, so he arranged for Enhao to target Li Zuando's favorite son. Regardless, Li Ya's journey ended here, not even breaking the top 500. After a few breaths, the sword's power dissipated. The ground shattered, Leah lay there covered in blood, his black robes torn apart, no strength left to stand up. The winner is Enhao from the Taicang dynasty's supreme sect. As the elder announced the result, the entire city burst with excitement, praising Enhao's might. Previously, Enhao had never displayed such powerful sword techniques but always defeated his enemies with ease. This time, everyone witnessed Enhao's sword chi and spiritual power, looking nothing like a core formation cultivator, more like a nascent soul cultivator. Guan looked at Wu Ju and said, "If you face Enhao, do not confront him head-on." In the same realm, anyone facing Enhao would be eliminated. Even multiple path enlightenments couldn't help Wu Ju against him. Among all the participants, likely only Guan could defeat Enhao, but he had no intention to, and LV Badian wouldn't allow it to happen. "You too," Wu Ju muttered. Guan smiled, this kid was interesting. The news of Enhao receiving the inheritance of sword Venerable Fudao spread like a whirlwind, sweeping across the immortal cultivation world. As for the defeated Leah, many thought he only comprehended the sword intent at the heavenly repair platform, and was not the true inheritor of sword Venerable Fudao. Though both wielded the Taicang Divine shocking sword, his sword intent paled compared to Enhao's. Enhao's famed sword, while Leah was quickly forgotten. After his defeat, Leah did not seek out Guan, likely recuperating and brooding in his cave. 10 days later. In Tianya Valley, Guan met Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao waved at him from afar, and he immediately sat down beside him. LV Xian, Yi Luyun, and Luo Han were also seated at the table. As Guan approached, Luo Han thoughtfully gave up his seat. "How is Leah?" Li Xiandao asked with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about Li Ya's defeat. Guan noticed his cultivation level had increased to the 3rd layer of Void Crossing Realm. Honestly, Guan was quite interested to see Li Xiandao participate in the Golden List Conference. He believed Li Xiandao could make it to the top 10. Li Xiandao was not yet 300 years old, qualifying for the Golden List Conference. A Void Crossing Realm cultivator under 300 years was a rare talent worldwide. Not sure, he didn't come to find me, Guan replied. Li Xiandao sighed, losing to Enhao is not shameful, Enhao's fame has spread to the other 8 dynasties, everyone recognizes his talent. Setting aside strength, just by his advancement speed, Enhao was unmatched. Jiang Qiong had reached the core formation at 40, thinking her talent supreme, but at 40, Enhao could already form his nascent soul. The only reason he hadn't was because of the Golden List Conference. A first-layer nascent soul Enhao facing a 9th-layer nascent soul top talent might win but would be exhausted, but dragging the opponent down to the 9th layer of core formation realm eliminated any suspense. Guan nodded, Enhao is truly formidable, senior brother Li just had bad luck. LV Xian snorted, no worries, I'll avenge Liya. He had participated in 3 fights, no one had lasted 10 moves against him. Li Xiandao looked at Guan and said, I've sent your disciple Yi Yan to cultivate at the 3 Pure Ones mountain of the Qintang dynasty. When he returns, he'll be transformed. Yi Yan? Guan thought of the disciple who held a spear all day, not expecting such an opportunity for him. Of course, he understood Li Xiandao was giving him a hint, without his arrangement, Yi Yan would never have such a chance. Thank you, uncle, Guan said immediately. Li Xiandao then said, do you think if I could enlist Sword Venerable Fudao, I could secure the throne? Guan replied, without him, you can also secure it. Li Xiandao laughed. Yi Luyun and LV Xian didn't laugh, they agreed. Li Xiandao restrained his laugh and said, I've found out who Sword Venerable Fudao is. Chapter 130 Breakthrough, Midnight Battle, who is it? It was not Guan who asked, but LV Xian. Yi Luyun also looked at Li Xiandao with curiosity. Sword Venerable Fudao's reputation was too great, and some even considered him the #1 cultivator of the Taicang dynasty. Li Zuando's mouth curved up as he said, he has a close relationship with Liya. Upon hearing this, Gu An's heart trembled. How did he guess this far? LV Xian frowned tightly and asked, Liya? What kind of relationship? Li Xiandao shook his head and said, I cannot divulge the specifics, lest we offend the elder. Elder? Guan let out a sigh of relief. Then, Li Xiandao began to discuss other talents who gained fame at the Golden List Grand Assembly. He highly praised the Supreme Sect for hosting the assembly, thinking that LV Badian had become enlightened and was no longer as foolish and domineering as before. They chatted for an ancient hour before Li Xiandao finally released Guan to work. This time he had brought high-rank saplings, which greatly interested Guan. The grade and rank of the medicinal herbs in Tianya Valley were continuously improving, indirectly proving that Li Zuando's power was growing. Though the herbs in Tianya Valley belonged to Li Xiandao, Guan could harvest an endless stream of lifespan from them, so he hoped for Li Zuando's continual success. Yes, and also wished LV Badian well so everyone could get along harmoniously. In immortal cultivation, temporary victories and defeats did not matter, the real winner was the one who lived the longest. In late autumn, Guan narrowly made it into the top 500 of the Golden List Grand Assembly with the help of the 1000 Shadow Pearl. For the upcoming matches, he was prepared to lose. Although he repeatedly achieved victories, Guan did not build a reputation due to the difficulty of his wins, the unattractiveness of the battles, and the anonymity of his opponents. At noon in Mystic Valley, Guan was instructing Yilan in the primordial reincarnation skill. Yilan had already been eliminated but was not disheartened and was instead more determined. The two of them conversed for several ancient hours, during which Yilan's many questions about the primordial reincarnation skill were resolved. Senior brother, your achievement in this skill is really high. It seems you have been secretly practicing it diligently, no wonder your cultivation level hasn't increased, Yilan remarked with admiration. In her heart, she grew even more respectful of Sword Venerable Fudao, who was not only formidable in Sword Dao but also mastered such a miraculous skill. She now believed for sure that Sword Venerable Fudao was Gu An's mentor, as Guan had taken the Qinghong sword to find Sword Venerable Fudao to save her. She had once suspected that Guan himself was Sword Venerable Fudao, but the cultivation realm displayed by Sword Venerable Fudao was too high, and Gu An's age did not match. Guan did not refute, as this explanation was perfect. He raised his right hand and conjured over a storage bag, handing it to Yilan. Take this back and train well. Yilan did not check the contents and instead fastened the storage bag to her belt, then stood up. By the way, senior brother, keep your distance from senior brother Liya for a while. The upper echelon is currently investigating all disciples of the Li family within the sect, with unclear intentions but undoubtedly no good purpose. Guan looked puzzled but nodded as he rose to see his junior sister off. The investigation of the Li family disciples within the Supreme Sect did not concern Guan much, as this was not the first time such a thing had happened. Though the Supreme Sect was the leading righteous sect of the Taicang dynasty, internal strife was never-ending. As for whether it would harm Liya, Guan had no means to worry over that. He couldn't possibly keep an eye on Liya at all times. Everyone has their own life, and no matter how good or bad, as long as they get through it, it belongs to their own experiences. A few days later, Guan went to participate in the Golden List Grand Assembly. Against his opponent, he directly conceded, stunning his opponent. A month later, the top 100 emerged. Only Wu Ju had the cultivation level of the Foundation Establishment realm. All other cultivators' minimum level was the Core Formation realm. This news quickly spread, making Wu Ju famous. When LV Badian delivered a 6th-rank spirit tree, Guan mentioned Wu Ju, hoping LV Badian could find a good mentor for Wu Ju. This made LV Badian look at Guan with admiration. Such a good prospect found by you in advance, and you still say you are unfit to be the sect leader? LV Badian said with a smile. Guan smiled and responded, just a stroke of fate. The Supreme Sect has many geniuses. This doesn't speak to my vision, but to the abundant foundations and great fortune of the Supreme Sect. LV Badian was very satisfied with Guan's rhetoric. Regardless of whether it was genuine, it was very suitable for a sect leader. Regarding Wu Ju, I can't promise anything. He has already become a disciple of Zhou Yu. Understand that taking An Hao as a disciple was already a major move that met with opposition. I cannot take on any more genius disciples. The Supreme Sect is not a place for one person's dictation, LV Badian explained meaningfully. Zhou Yu, one of the Supreme Sect's venerable pavilion, had more power than the Hall of Elders. Becoming his disciple meant Wu Ju had a limitless future. Guan then thought of that true inheritor disciple, who was not in a mentor-disciple relationship with LV Badian, effectively counterbalancing him. It seemed that in the Supreme Sect, even accepting disciples involved a consideration of interests. Of course, the main reason was that LV Badian was not strong enough, at least not to the extent where he could suppress the 3 great families single-handedly. I plan to take action against the Li family, but rest assured, I won't harm Liya, LV Badian continued. Hearing this, Guan immediately raised his hand to salute him. LV Badian waved his hand. After the Golden List Grand Assembly, the Supreme Sect will soar. However, potential crises remain, not to mention the ephemera sect main lineage on the other end of the 9 Nether Road. There are also those within the 9 dynasties looking to scheme against the Supreme Sect. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I will visit your Medicine Valley less often. Do not indulge any further, practice diligently, understand? He felt somewhat helpless as he spoke these last words. He had already passed on the Defying Fate divine skill to Guan but saw no significant results. Guan nodded and said, I will manage Medicine Valley well and not disappoint the Supreme Sect. Hearing this, LV Badian gave him a final glare before rising to leave. Guan hurried to see him off. Heavy snow had already blanketed the 3rd Medicine Valley, and the flying snow threatened to engulf everything. LV Badian's figure soon vanished into the vast snow. Time flew by. Another Chinese New Year arrived, and the Golden List Grand Assembly concluded the day before Chinese New Year. In the evening, Guan went to Mystic Valley to spend the festival with the disciples. Zhen Qin had just returned from the outer sect and was discussing the Golden List Grand Assembly rankings with the disciples. After the assembly, the Supreme Sect would publish a book recording the life stories of the top 100, symbolizing authority in a way. Winning first place was An Hao, without any suspense. The second place was not LV Xian but Sage Xian Miao from 3 Pure Ones Mountain. The duel between Sage Xian Miao and An Hao had become legendary, and the name of Three Pure Ones Mountain reverberated throughout the Taicang dynasty. LV Xian ranked third and was likely depressed. The rest were mostly aristocratic geniuses, with the Zhou, Gu, and Ji families occupying 30% of the top 100. The dominance of the three great families was evident. Wu Ju, with his foundation establishment realm, made it into the top 20 but was severely defeated by An Hao when they met, although he had proven himself and became a bona fide genius. Sitting down, Guan listened to the disciples excitedly discuss the Golden List Grand Assembly, showing an interested look. The disciples also flattered him, feeling honored that he made it into the top 500. Master, I have to go out on a mission tomorrow. It might take 2 or 3 years before I return. Zhen Qin, sitting beside Guan, spoke while Guan's thoughts drifted away. The high-rank medicinal herbs in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion should be ripening. 7 days after the Chinese New Year, Guan went to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion that night. After harvesting the ripened medicinal herbs and gaining nearly 20,000 years of lifespan, he began sowing seeds again. After years of management, the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion was filled with medicinal herbs, all of at least 4th rank. They were now continuously providing him with lifespan. With the current medicine valleys alone, Guan saw the gate to a lifespan of millions of years approaching. He had already started pondering about breakthroughs. Reaching the Mahayana realm almost drained the spiritual energy of the North Sea Mountain, so the next breakthrough must be in a place with more spiritual energy. For the next breakthrough, Guan needed at least 5 million years worth of lifespan. He was eager to see what realm he could reach. After sowing, Guan sat at the stone table, poured himself some tea, and enjoyed his leisure time while spreading his divine sense to observe the North Sea Mountain's activities. The North Sea Mountain was an excellent training ground for cultivators. With the initiation of the Golden List Grand Assembly, the passage of various sex cultivators through the area had intensified the conflicts there. Guan suddenly noticed a battle, with one participant catching his attention. Sage Xian Miao from Three Pure Ones Mountain. This genius who outperformed LV Xian left a deep impression on Guan. At this moment, several dozen cultivators were besieging Sage Xian Miao. Under the night sky, the wind raged, and various spells fell endlessly, ravaging the land and forests. Sage Xian Miao held a sword in his right hand and a horsetail whisk in his left. Behind him, a Dharma aspect with 3 heads and 6 arms materialized. Despite being surrounded by several divinity transformation realm cultivators, he remained unfazed. This 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma aspect contained spiritual power far exceeding that of Sage Xian Miao, and its 6 arms could cast different spells. An impressive divine skill. Guan sipped his tea while appreciating the battle. Those dozens of cultivators were no match for Sage Xian Miao, but a void-crossing realm great cultivator was lurking in the shadows, making Sage Xian Miao's situation dire. Guan had no intention of intervening, as he had no interest in others' grudges and feuds. Even if Sage Xian Miao died there, it would only show that his chi fortune was insufficient. Guan saved only those connected to him. 30 minutes later, the hidden void-crossing realm great cultivator made a move, launching a sneak attack that shattered Sage Xian Miao's Dharma aspect, causing him to vomit blood and be flung into the forest. Seeing this, the injured divinity transformation realm cultivators heaved sighs of relief and then praised the void-crossing realm great cultivator. Just as Guan thought Sage Xian Miao was doomed, he sensed something and raised an eyebrow. In the forest where Sage Xian Miao had fallen, a strong wind arose, uprooting trees and sending them into the night sky. Sage Xian Miao sat in the ruins, surrounded by azure runes. These runes emitted beams of azure light, which gathered above him to form a grand door. The door slowly opened, releasing a desolate aura that caused the void-crossing realm great cultivator's face to change drastically as he turned to flee. "Where are you running?" An ancient voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Chapter 131, Can Sword Venerable Fudao Withstand Mahayana Power? Along with the mysterious voice echoing between heaven and earth, the azure door boomed open, and a giant hand stretched out, grabbing the escaping great cultivator of the void-crossing realm from a distance. The great cultivator of the void-crossing realm was almost scared to death. He struggled desperately but could not break free. He even tried to let his primordial spirit emerge from his body but found in despair that his primordial spirit couldn't leave. "You, who are you?" The great cultivator of the void-crossing realm shouted in fear. The mysterious giant hands suddenly squeezed, crushing him into a mist of blood. His primordial spirit and golden core were completely annihilated, no longer existing. The other cultivators in the divinity transformation realm fled in panic, but the mysterious giant hand did not strike again and just slowly withdrew into the azure door. Under the night sky, the wind was still raging. Sage Xian Miao's aura began to dissipate, and the azure door above his head vanished along with it. Pfft! Sage Xian Miao spat out a mouthful of reversed blood, and his entire state rapidly became lethargic. He continued to cultivate energy to regulate his breath. Far away in the mystic heaven cave mansion, Guan played with his teacup, his face showing a look of curiosity. The mysterious giant hand just now was definitely of the mystic heart realm and above the 5th layer. No wonder Sage Xian Miao dared to come alone to the Golden List conference. He had a method to summon help. Guan was very interested in this divine skill. This divine skill was not only imposing but also protected the younger generation. Even he, this sword venerable Fudao, was tempted. At the same time, he was also full of curiosity about the Three Pure Ones Mountain. The Three Pure Ones Mountain actually hid a great power above the 5th layer of the mystic heart realm. Although it was not in the Mahayana realm, it was enough to surprise Guan. The land of the 9 dynasties certainly hid countless talents. No wonder the ephemera sect previously only dared to wreak havoc in the Taicang dynasty instead of sweeping across the 9 dynasties directly. Guan heard from Elan that the disciple count of the Three Pure Ones Mountain was not high, barely over 1,000 people, yet such a small number was enough to make it the first sect of the Enchanting dynasty, which showed how many great cultivators were in the Three Pure Ones Mountain. The Enchanting dynasty was also not simple. The dynasty was named Enchanting because the previous Tiantang dynasty once nearly unified the land of the 9 dynasties. Later, the emperor committed deeds that enraged both heaven and humans, causing heaven to send down a great rain that flooded the entire dynasty, leading to a power shift within the dynasty. The Enchanting dynasty had the most lakes, and the majority of its cities and sects were on islands. Although the great rain drowned an entire dynasty, it also caused the spiritual energy of the Enchanting dynasty to surge, being shrouded in spirit mist all year round. Among the 9 dynasties, the Enchanting dynasty was the most mysterious and had the most legends. Many people believed that immortals were hidden among the islands of the Enchanting dynasty. Guan retracted his gaze. Although he was very interested in Sage Xian Miao's divine skill, he was too lazy to make acquaintances or stir up trouble. Only being superior to the opponent by 1 major realm prevented Guan from being complacent. Be cautious in development, don't be reckless. 1,000 years later, how many levels above the 9 dynasties would he be? He was looking forward to it. Dark clouds covered the sky. On the ground, mountains undulated, and each piece of forest seemed like a gathering of demons and ghosts. A gigantic palace nestled between 2 mountains, with red pillars and bloody eaves, appeared so terrifying. Inside the grand hall, a group of black-robed individuals knelt on the ground. Some were humans, some demons, and some soul bodies. The man kneeling at the front wore a mask, making it impossible to see his true face. He said, "Sect Hierarch, the combined forces of the 9 dynasties have entered the 9 Nether Road, affecting our grand plan. Should we retreat, or continue to lie low?" His voice was hoarse, and as he spoke, ghostly air exuded from under his mask. On the steps in front of him stood a burly figure draped in a large black robe, with a blood dragon coiled on the robe, bearing its fangs and claws, as if ready to leap out at any moment. His white hair gently swayed, and he wore a crown of bones, with 2 slender, extremely sharp horns that glinted coldly atop it. He was the sect hierarch of the main lineage of the ephemera sect, named Butcher Immortal Jing. Butcher Immortal Jing slowly turned around, revealing a pale and indifferent face. His pupils were blood red, and there were 2 evil ghosts marked on his forehead. The 2 evil ghosts shared one body, which was pitch black and had sharp claws, making people shiver. The 9 dynasties, laughable. They actually dare to step into the 9 nether road. They are courting death. Butcher Immortal Jing said coldly, a gust of cold wind blowing into the hall, causing the robes of all the followers to flutter. A black-robed follower with a white tiger head spoke, each of the 9 dynasties has great cultivators in the mystic heart realm, and the supreme sex sword Venerable Fudao is even more unfathomable. It's unlikely we can annex the 9 dynasties before the demon catastrophe. Another soul body in black robes followed up. Our sex golden spirit Venerable and night cultivator Fairy both died at the hands of sword Venerable Fudao. He is the biggest obstacle to our annexation of the 9 dynasties. His cultivation is at least above the 5th layer of the mystic heart realm, and it's very likely he has reached the 8th floor. Rumble, the deep sound of thunder came from outside the hall, as if some fierce beast was roaring. Humph, mystic heart realm 8th floor? Then tell me, can sword Venerable Fudao withstand the Mahayana power? Butcher Immortal Jing said contemptuously, his white hair fluttering, and the blood light in his eyes flashed fiercely. Mahayana power. The masked man at the front responded, there has been no Mahayana heavenly tribulation in the land of the 9 dynasties for nearly 10,000 years. Naturally, he is not your opponent. But if you take action, will it affect your healing? Who asked you all to be so incompetent? Prepare to gather the followers. Once they are assembled, follow me to sweep across the land of the 9 dynasties, and remember to bring the origin tree of ephemera. Butcher Immortal Jing said expressionlessly. These words caused an uproar in the hall. Sect Hierarch, you wouldn't intend to directly, the masked man's hoarse voice revealed a nervous emotion. My decision is made, you may leave. Butcher Immortal Jing waved his sleeve and walked into the darkness. The followers of the ephemera sect in the hall looked at each other. It was another night. Guan once again arrived at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. It had already been half a month since his last visit. He first picked medicinal herbs, then planted seeds. After doing all this, as usual, he didn't leave in a hurry but planned to stay alone here for half the night, enjoying the tranquility. He walked to the old tree next to the wooden house and jumped onto the hammock he wove half a month ago. He twisted his body and chose a comfortable position to lie down. Comfortable, Guan revealed a satisfied smile, took out a travelogue, and started browsing. Recently, he had gone to the inner sect and bought many travelogues, 1 to pass the time, and 2 to see if there were any places better suited for breakthroughs than the North Sea Mountain. The cave mansion was quiet, and from time to time, fish sprang out of the underground lake, with their movements echoing in the cave mansion, creating a unique atmosphere. He read until the latter half of the night before putting the travelogue down and spreading out his divine sense to see if there was any movement in the North Sea Mountain tonight. Every time he came, he would overlook the North Sea Mountain, which had become a habit. Soon, Guan was attracted by Sage Xian Miao. This guy still hadn't left. He saw Sage Xian Miao building a simple monastery in a deep mountain, inside which, besides Sage Xian Miao, there was also a young boy. What was he doing? Guan looked carefully and saw Sage Xian Miao meditating in front of a large cauldron, with wisps of green smoke rising from the top of his head. And that boy was practicing in the nearby hut. The boy was actually a demon, with a fox tail growing. Interesting. Guan watched for a while and then retracted his gaze. When dawn was about to break, Guan returned to Mystic Valley. In the blink of an eye, half a year quickly passed. At the end of summer, after a heavy rain, Mystic Valley was very muggy. On this morning, Leah came to visit Guan, once again entering through the window. Guan had to cooperate with him to pretend to be startled. Look at your timid look, you are at least in the top 500 on the golden list. Leah snorted softly after landing. Guan got up to greet him and said, my being in the top 500 was just luck. You could have made it into the top 10, but unfortunately, you met in Hao in advance. Upon hearing this, Li Ya's mouth twitched. He suspected Guan was deliberately pricking him, but seeing Gu An's expression of regret, it was hard to retort. Little did he know, Guan did it on purpose. He stepped on my window sill again. Leah walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He said, "I am leaving." "Where to? How long?" Guan asked casually, then walked to the tea set and started brewing tea. Leah replied, "Father Emperor wants me to go to Three Pure Ones Mountain in the Enchanting dynasty for training. It will probably take decades to return." Again the Three Pure Ones Mountain. What kind of close relationship did Li Xiandao have with Three Pure Ones Mountain? They even sent 2 people. Guan couldn't help but say, then it's definitely worth going. After all, the disciple of the Three Pure Ones Mountain earned the 2nd place on the golden list. Sage Xian Miao is indeed formidable. Even if I fought him, I might not be his match. Leah agreed. In the Golden List conference, Sage Xian Miao was the only one who could withstand a 30-minute fight against An Hao. Guan came to the desk with the brewed tea and said, "When you go to Three Pure Ones Mountain, you must practice diligently. Don't meddle in too many affairs and end up injured." Cough, cough, apart from being injured by An Hao, I really haven't been injured over the years. Really? Would I lie to you? The two began to chat casually, sometimes talking about Mystic Valley, sometimes about the Golden List. It wasn't until noon that Leah stood up and said, "I should be leaving. Junior brother Gu, I hope that when I come back, your cultivation will improve. Entering the top 500 on the Golden List is not just luck. I believe you already have your own opportunities, but don't waste the years and strive to catch up with senior brother me as soon as possible." After saying that, Leah quickly walked to the window, jumped out, and left another footprint on the window sill. Definitely on purpose. Guan was helpless. Leah usually seemed very serious. Why did he always play childish tricks on him? He looked out the window, his eyes becoming profound. Li Xiandao sending Leah away at this time, could there be other reasons? And the soul body within Leah, why had it become so weak? It seemed like it could dissipate at any moment. Guan shook his head, unable to figure it out. He decided not to bother thinking about it. Until nightfall. Guan once again arrived at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. As he was about to pick medicinal herbs, he couldn't help but frown. Why was Sage Xian Miao around? The monastery of Sage Xian Miao was 8,000 miles away from here. Coming here could not be a coincidence. At the same time, in the forest 10 miles away, Sage Xian Miao held a compass in his hand, advancing while muttering to himself, "It should be around here. I don't know what kind of blessing it is." Chapter 132 Mountain God, Ill-Fated Relationship. Guan heard Sage Xian Miao's muttering, which left him silent. Did he come seeking fortune and find my home? His gaze fell on the compass in Sage Xian Miao's hand, curious about what kind of treasure could locate fortune, far surpassing his white spirit rat. Since the appearance of the mystic pure tree, the white spirit rat had been napping all day, no longer venturing out to search for treasures, essentially becoming useless. The forest in the deep night was eerie and quiet, with a faint mist swirling among the woods. Although Sage Xian Miao could see the shadows of ghosts drifting by, he remained unmoved. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew from the front, causing Sage Xian Miao's robes to flutter, making him squint. The land of the mountain god, mortals are forbidden to enter. A mysterious and ethereal voice emerged, causing Sage Xian Miao to halt his steps. He looked around, unable to detect the speaker's presence, not even with his divine sense. Sage Xian Miao was certain he hadn't misheard, so he cupped his hands and said, "This humble Taoist hails from Three Pure Ones Mountain of the Enchanting dynasty, a sole disciple of the Taicang lineage, Li Xuanmiao." Li Xuanmiao, Li Xiandao. Guan wouldn't believe they were unrelated even if beaten to death. The name, Three Pure Ones, also made Guan think of the Three Pure Ones in Wuxia's Taoist myths from his previous life, wondering if there was any connection. It should be unrelated, otherwise, writing, investiture of the gods, would have already caused trouble. Perhaps the Tao of the Three Pure Ones illuminates myriad heavens, showing signs of Three Pure Ones in both this world and the Huaxia world? Guan's thoughts raced, not answering immediately. Sage Xian Miao continued, "This humble Taoist seeks fortune, wondering if I might have the honor of meeting the mountain god?" he didn't seem to doubt Guan's words, making Guan ponder. Could mountain gods truly exist, making Sage Xianmiao find it unsurprising? This made Guan suddenly want to get to know Sage Xianmiao, to increase his understanding of this world. Why seek the mountain god? Guan's voice echoed again, its source still elusive. Sage Xianmiao replied, mortal immortals and gods are elusive. If I could meet one, it would be life's fortune. Of course, this humble Taoist also has a personal desire. Meeting the mountain god pleased him greatly, more meaningful than finding a treasure. With his cultivation at the divinity transformation stage, he scanned all directions, unable to find the other party, indicating their cultivation level was vastly superior, whether or not they were a mountain god. The fact that the other party didn't attack him directly suggested they weren't a great evildoer. Whether a mountain god or not, they were worth befriending. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in his face, stirring up fallen leaves, forcing Sage Xianmiao to raise his hand to shield himself. When the wind passed, Sage Xianmiao looked ahead, his pupils suddenly narrowing, face full of astonishment. Following his gaze, there stood a small white-clad figure on a large tree in front. That's right. A small figure. Only 3 inches high, easily held with one hand. This figure wore white clothes and a theatrical mask, looking extremely mysterious. This white-clad figure was Guan, who used the Great and Minor Rui divine power to shrink himself. Great and Minor Rui was a divine power awakened through the primordial Rui skill. His energy-concealing skill evolved from the energy-nurturing skill. Sage Xianmiao immediately knelt on one knee, raising his hand in salute, saying, Li Xuanmiao pays respects to the mountain god. He could feel this wasn't an illusion. It was his first time seeing such a small person, making him instantly believe the other was a mountain god. After all, he had never seen either spell or divine power that could shrink a person, only spells that drew people into small spaces. Guan leaped on the branches, reaching the branch's end to overlook Sage Xianmiao, asking, what is the treasure in your hand? He cast a lifespan detection. Sage Xianmiao, Divinity Transformation Stage 5th Level 198/900/4500, 4,500 years as his maximum lifespan? A bit inconsistent with his performance. The legacy of 3 Pure Ones Mountain seems strong. Sage Xianmiao hurriedly replied, this is a treasured family heirloom of my 3 Pure Ones Mountain passed down through generations. As long as I carry it, once my chi fortune connects with the treasure, it will guide me to my destined fortune, accelerating my growth process. As he said this, he smiled. Destiny led him to meet the mountain god. Guan wondered if Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion rightfully belonged to Sage Xianmiao. Very likely so. If not for his golden finger akin to a system, he wouldn't have come to the North Sea Mountains to undergo tribulation, nor would he have cracked open Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. Thus, it wouldn't naturally belong to him. Thinking this way, it seemed Guan had taken Sage Xianmiao's opportunity. Sage Xianmiao continued, Senior Mountain God, I just accepted a disciple, but he is poisoned. I can't cure him. Could you take a look? He was initially seeking fortune but hadn't expected to encounter a mountain god. Since gods existed, they should help alleviate his worries. Guan remained silent, left hand touching his chin, right hand holding his left elbow, swaying contemplatively as he looked at Sage Xianmiao. Sage Xianmiao understood, his right hand flipping to reveal a lingji in his palm, which he offered with both hands, saying, this is a 6th grade earth spirit lingji, hoping the mountain god likes it. Guan lifted a hand to capture the lingji in his grasp. This earth spirit lingji was larger than his entire body, making him look quite comical as he held it. Sage Xianmiao didn't find it amusing, rather, he found it endearing. The behavior and thoughts of immortals and gods shouldn't be speculated or defined by mortals. Bring your disciple here at this time tomorrow night, Guan said. Sage Xianmiao immediately expressed his gratitude. When he raised his hand again, Guan had already vanished. He smiled, getting up to leave without pressing forward, which made Guan feel satisfied. At the very least, Sage Xianmiao didn't seem like a deeply scheming or overly calculative person. When Guan had previously inspected Sage Xianmiao, He had seen his demonic disciple and identified the type of poison in him. Fortunately, he could cure it. Once Sage Xian Miao was far away, Guan returned to the 8 scenic caves to begin alchemy. He took out the ephemeral flower he had kept for a long time, placed it into the pill furnace, and then conjured Taicang true fire to ignite the dry firewood under the furnace. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the alchemy technique of Mystic Valley also be derived from 3 Pure Ones Mountain, capable of producing Taicang true fire? Quite possible. The next night, Sage Xian Miao brought his disciple to the same misty forest. The fox demon boy was very nervous, clinging to Sage Xian Miao, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, fearing evil spirits would appear. Sage Xian Miao raised his robe hem and knelt, making the fox demon boy kneel as well. After kneeling for a while, a gust of wind blew. A thumb-sized pill rolled to Sage Xian Miao's knees. He couldn't help but pick it up. Let your disciple take it. Gu An's voice floated by, and Sage Xian Miao, without hesitation, had the fox demon boy swallow it. The pill melted instantly in the mouth. Sage Xian Miao held the fox demon boy's wrist to carefully sense, soon showing a delighted expression. He looked up and asked, "May I ask, Mountain God, what poison afflicted my disciple?" "The poison of the ephemeral flower." "He must have visited the ephemeral flower's habitat and inadvertently ingested it," Guan replied from a tree branch. The fox demon boy stared wide-eyed at the tiny mountain god. Upon hearing this, Sage Xian Miao's face darkened, gritting his teeth. The ephemeris sect has brought harm for millennia, its sins unforgivable. Guan squatted on the branch, observing them, and said, "Your disciple is saved. You should leave now. Remember, do not reveal my existence to anyone, or I will come for you." Sage Xian Miao raised his head, saying, "Mountain God, could you teach me the ultimate skill to become the world's strongest? I am willing to exchange everything I have." Being defeated by Anhao had become his deep-seated issue. It was also why he hadn't returned, unable to face his peers. World's strongest. If you could become the world's strongest, you wouldn't seek me. Since you can't become the world's strongest, your everything couldn't match its value, Guan said indifferently. Sage Xian Miao looked troubled, but hope ignited in his heart. The mountain god hadn't refused him. He had only intended to probe, not expecting a real chance. Indeed, no disciple of 3 Pure Ones Mountain had ever encountered a land immortal. It showed how rare immortals and gods were. Sage Xian Miao said earnestly, "Please enlighten me, mountain god. As long as it's within my power and doesn't violate the principles of 3 Pure Ones Mountain, I will definitely comply." Guan feigned deep contemplation, arms crossed, and after a while, he suddenly said, "I have it. The divine skill you used to summon Mystic Heart Realm cultivators before, exchange it with me." Sage Xian Miao's face changed dramatically. His respect for the mountain god deepened. The mountain god could discern even his backer's realm, demonstrating the mountain god's high Dao level. And the battle had taken place far from here. Sage Xian Miao hurriedly said, "This divine skill is called Divine Reaching Mystic Gate. It can only summon others and won't harm beings. I'm willing to exchange it with you, mountain god." As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his sleeve, raising it with both hands. Guan lifted a hand, capturing the scroll. After a brief scan with his divine sense, confirming its authenticity, he waved his right hand. A book swiftly landed before Sage Xian Miao. The 9 Extremes Yin-Yang Body. Sage Xian Miao's eyes lit up on seeing those 5 words. Guan would eventually cultivate the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang Body, so he didn't mind teaching it. Moreover, this technique originated from the 1000 Autumn Pavilion. He wanted to see how many years it would take Sage Xian Miao, with his talent, to master the 9 Extremes Yin-Yang Body. Sage Xian Miao picked up the secret book, began reading, while Guan wasn't in a hurry, putting away the Divine Reaching Mystic Gate scroll into his storage bag. After reading for a while, Sage Xian Miao's hands trembled. He suddenly closed the book, tucked it away, and then took out wooden boxes from his storage ring, a total of 7. He said, "This ultimate skill is stronger than Divine Reaching Mystic Gate. I can't take advantage of you. These are seeds of 7th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, gifts from various dynasties to me. I intended to use them to enhance my cave, but now I offer them to you. Consider it. Gu An's impression of Sage Xian Miao improved. He lifted a hand, the 7 wooden boxes adhering to the tree trunk beside him, saying, "You may leave now." Sage Xian Miao immediately kowtowed, making the fox demon boy kowtow as well, and then led him away without lingering. Guan watched their departing figures, silently lamenting, what a fateful encounter. He wasn't referring to his and Sage Xian Miao's but rather Sage Xian Miao's and the fox demon boys. He couldn't resist casting another lifespan detection. Underworld Fox Demon, Energy Cultivation Realm 4th Layer 14/999/14000. This maximum lifespan was identical to the Underworld Demon Emperor's, and both carried the name Underworld, implying a definite connection. Guan even suspected this boy might be the Underworld Demon Emperor. Chapter 133, Becoming the Sect Leader of the Supreme Sect. The weather was cool and refreshing, and the early autumn breeze uplifted one's mood. The Third Medicine Valley. Guan was picking medicinal herbs, while Lu Lingjun followed closely, holding a bamboo basket to receive the herbs he had bundled. I see that you don't usually do anything significant. Why do you need my protection? Lu Lingjun asked plaintively. An inner sect elder protecting an outer disciple? If word got out, it would bring shame to the inner sect elders of the Supreme Sect. I usually don't trouble you much either. You enjoy the benefits of an inner sect elder and can cultivate under the mystic pure tree. Many elders envy you, Guan said carelessly, unable to suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. Currently, they were harvesting 6th grade medicinal herbs, each of which could bring 60 to 100 years of lifespan. It's indeed satisfying to plant and harvest herbs. Killing a cultivator in the unification realm would most likely only yield a similar lifespan but would involve grudges. Hearing Gu An's words, Lu Lingjun found them reasonable, but she still felt that her task was beneath her status, showing that LV Badian did not respect her. Lu Lingjun had already set a new goal in her heart. That was to become the Supreme Sect leader. Since LV Badian had bound her and Guan together, she had to establish a better relationship with Guan. Guan had many advantages, and the high-rank medicinal herbs from this valley were enough to give him considerable influence. In the future, she would protect Guan, then use his herbs to attract people, establishing a power group centered around them both, and gradually work towards her goal. Thinking of this, Lu Lingjun suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. Guan happened to catch this scene, and goosebumps immediately rose all over his body. What kind of expression is that? Are you scheming against me? Guan asked warily. Lu Lingjun, with a gleeful expression, said, How could I be scheming against you? You are my valley master. Without you bridging connections, could I have today's treatment? Cough cough, now I don't even limit your cultivation time under the tree. The current benefits are much better, aren't they? After all, there are few 7th grade treasure trees in the Supreme Sect. Guan gave a fake cough and continued picking herbs after speaking. Yes, you're right. Anyway, I owe you a favor, and I'll return it in the future. That's more like it. Lu Lingjun didn't disturb Gu An's work anymore. After the time of 1 incense stick, 30 minutes, the two returned. Along the way, Lu Lingjun asked, Valley Master, do you want to improve your cultivation level? You can make it to the golden list, which shows that your aptitude is not bad, it's just that you don't usually like to cultivate. The higher Gu An's cultivation level, the more beneficial it would be for her grand plan. Even if it's not bad, I am definitely not a genius. I made it to the list relying on magic artifacts. Don't try to persuade me. Strenuous cultivation, even if it allows me to live for 700 or 800 years, still takes up most of my life's time on cultivation. Why not just enjoy life directly? Not cultivating is about avoiding detours. My talents are not as great as yours. Guan argued confidently, though for some reason, Lu Lingjun felt a trace of sadness. As an ascender, she had indeed seen many who spent their entire lives but could not escape destiny. How many people had cultivated arduously all their lives, only to die in tribulation, in feuds, or from inner demons? Even for herself, recalling carefully, did she have as many happy moments in her life as the person before her? At this moment, Gu An's image in Lu Lingjun's mind shifted. Although Guan had a low cultivation level, he had a kind of broad-mindedness and life perspective that was beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Lu Lingjun caught up with Gu An's steps and asked, "Valley Master, do you think I should learn from you?" "Learn from me? What a joke. Your realm has already proven your talent. In this world, life is about striving. Since my aptitude isn't good, I strive for the depth of life. With your outstanding talent, you should pursue the length of life," Guan said casually. He wouldn't let others follow his path, as he could seize lifespan but others couldn't. His statement was just to hide his true strength, not to guide others. After hearing this, Lu Lingjun admired Guan even more. The two continued chatting while heading to the pavilion area. It wasn't until the evening that Guan arrived at the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. Half a month had passed since he exchanged divine skills with Sage Xian Miao. Guan planted the 7 7th-grade treasures from Sage Xian Miao in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion. He wasn't afraid of this cave mansion being exposed. Even if it was, he could move it. He could use the Great and Minor Rui to shrink the entire mountain and then move it. Because these 7 seeds were of high grade, he would visit every other day, afraid that they might grow askew or conflict with each other. After careful inspection, making sure there were no problems, Guan smiled. Currently, he was harvesting lifespan all year round, so traveling back and forth wasn't tiring for him but full of interest. When the next breakthrough came, he planned to open another cave mansion in a different place, get some people to help him manage the new mansion, while he focused on harvesting. The people managing the cave mansion needed to be able to endure loneliness. But that was a matter for the future. He walked to the wooden house, took out the Ziwei Array Chronicles and a pile of formation materials, and began trying to set up formations. The new cave mansion would definitely need many sets of formations. He had to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a hidden temple in the mountains and forests, Sage Xian Miao sat in front of a pill furnace, cultivating the 9 extremes yin-yang body. His hands constantly changed spell patterns, dark green demonic qi emanating from his body, surrounding him. Knock knock, the door was lightly knocked. Sage Xian Miao didn't open his eyes and said, "Come in." As the words fell, the door was pushed open, and a young fox demon walked in. He knelt in front of Sage Xian Miao and said softly, "Master, I just had a nightmare." "What kind of nightmare?" "I dreamt that the sky broke open, countless demons and cultivators rushed out, slaughtering all living beings on the ground. I also saw a huge and terrifying tree with a face on it," the young fox demon replied. As he spoke, he couldn't help but tremble, unsure if it was out of fear or from the cold wind blowing in from outside. Sage Xian Miao opened his eyes, the surrounding demonic qi dissipated. He took out a compass and began to cast a spell to deduce. The young fox demon watched intently, very curious about the compass in his master's hand. The compass emitted light, small starlights rising. Sage Xian Miao raised another hand and pointed at the young fox demon's forehead. The young fox demon was immediately immobilized, his eyes wide open, glancing upward. Sage Xian Miao's finger drew out strands of light from the fox demon's forehead, then channeled them into the starlight on the compass. Boom! A wave of energy burst from the compass, followed by the starlights exploding, forming a scene, exactly the dream the young fox demon had described. In the vision, the sky was continuously torn apart, black cracks spread over the forest, countless demons and black-robed cultivators rushed out, sweeping everything in the forest. Wherever they went, black mist spread, all life withered, and living spirits turned into white bones. Such horrifying scenes made Sage Xian Miao frown. After watching for a while, his expression changed because he saw the North Sea. The young fox demon also looked, equally frightened. Even though it was his own dream, he didn't want to recall it. After a long time, Sage Xian Miao put away the compass, walked out of the temple, came to the courtyard, and took out a piece of yellow paper, quickly writing lines of characters on it. After finishing, he folded it and burned it with his own spiritual fire. The yellow paper turned to ashes, the ashes shimmering with a faint light before quickly disappearing. The young fox demon asked from behind, "Master, what are you doing?" "I am sending a message to the sect." "Is it the Three Pure Ones mountain you often mentioned?" "That's right." "Master, when can you take me to the Three Pure Ones mountain?" "Cultivate well." Outer disciples entering the Three Pure Ones mountain need to undergo numerous tests. Your cultivation level and temperament are not enough yet. Sage Xian Miao answered casually. After thinking for a while, he gave the young fox demon a reminder, then left the temple. Moonlight filtered through the tree branches, illuminating the young fox demon. He watched the direction Sage Xian Miao left, his previously innocent face gradually becoming stern, eyes gleaming with cold light. Mountain God, in the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Guan put down his brush and talisman paper, his expression serious. Underworld Fox Demon has developed hostility towards you and is apprehensive of your strength. Do you want to cast lifespan detection on them? Apprehensive? What level of hostility does this constitute? Should I kill them? Thinking of the Underworld Fox Demon's maximum lifespan of 14,000 years made him uneasy. Although demons have a much longer maximum lifespan compared to humans of the same realm, anyone who lives beyond 10,000 years is a formidable great demon. Guan looked up, using his divine sense to see Sage Xian Miao approaching him. Better to meet Sage Xian Miao first. After the time of one incense stick, Sage Xian Miao arrived in the forest. He knelt on the ground and called out loudly, "Pin Dao has matters to seek audience with the mountain god." As the words fell, the mountain god appeared out of nowhere on a branch not far away, without any indication, making Sage Xian Miao secretly admire the mountain god's vast divine skills. Before Guan could speak, Sage Xian Miao took out the compass, casting spells and explaining his disciple's dream. Once the compass reenacted the dream, Sage Xian Miao continued, "The North Sea appeared in the dream, which might signify a calamity for the North Sea." Guan silently thought it was troublesome. It's again the ephemera sect. The tree in the dream was the ephemera tree, indicating that the ephemera sect main lineage was preparing to launch a full-scale attack on the Nine Dynasties region. How many ephemera trees are there? Guan felt an urge to eradicate the ephemera sect completely to avoid them disrupting his farming. However, before that, Guan planned to give the underworld fox demon a bit of trouble. Your disciple is not simple. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is hard to say. Guan said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Sage Xian Miao's expression changed dramatically. It seemed he remembered something, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. This reaction surprised Guan. Does my word carry that much weight? Sage Xian Miao remembered what his master had said to him, "Xian Miao, you will face 9 tribulations in your life. Each tribulation is a life or death situation, stemming from your interactions with the secular world. You can't avoid them, you can't escape them. Surviving the tribulations will lead to nirvana." He looked at Guan again, his eyes filled with respect. As expected of the mountain god, capable of seeing through fate and cause and effect. He took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and then bowed to Guan, saying, "Thank you for the mountain god's guidance. I will be cautious." After speaking, he turned and left. Guan tilted his head, showing a confused expression under his opera mask. Chapter 134, 9 Nether Domain, Chaos in the World. After returning to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, Guan lost interest in practicing formations. He began watching the scene, with his divine sense following Sage Xian Miao. When Sage Xian Miao returned to the Daoist temple, he indeed clashed with the underworld fox demon. The night sky timely poured down with heavy rain, causing the world to become noisy. In the rainy night, Sage Xian Miao held a treasure sword, questioning the underworld fox demon about its origins. The underworld fox demon was terrified and said he had been injured previously, forgetting his origins, and would have died under the claws of a demon if not for his master's rescue. Under the rainy night, the master and disciple had an intense conflict. After arguing for a while, Sage Xian Miao, muttering about breaking the tribulation, acted as if possessed and raised his sword to cut down the underworld fox demon. The underworld fox demon, frightened, fled in panic, pleading for mercy, but it did not awaken any pity in Sage Xian Miao. From Sage Xian Miao, Guan sensed a trace of demonic qi. He could not tell if this guy was inherently demonic or if it was the result of practicing the 9 extremes yin-yang body. Eventually, the underworld fox demon could no longer act and burst forth with a powerful demonic aura, simultaneously beginning to frantically absorb nature's spiritual energy, quickly coalescing into a terrifying demon shadow, invoking the impression of some summoning spell. The aura of that terrifying demon shadow rivaled the 9th layer of the void-crossing realm. Guan guessed that it was the underworld demon emperor. Sage Xian Miao, at the divinity transformation realm, was no match for this demon shadow. At a critical moment, he once again cast the divine reaching mystic gate, summoning a great cultivator from the mystic heart realm. The mystic heart realm great cultivator immediately shattered the demon shadow with a squeeze, and the underworld fox demon took the opportunity to escape. At the crucial moment, Sage Xian Miao still relented and allowed the mystic heart realm great cultivator to spare the underworld fox demon's life. After the divine reaching mystic gate dissipated, Sage Xian Miao collapsed again, beginning to cough blood madly. It seemed the cost of casting the divine reaching mystic gate was very high. What a vivid and thrilling conflict scene. Gu An's heart was filled with emotion, feeling as though he was reading a novel. The underworld fox demon harbors malice toward you, hating you to the bone. Do you wish to perform a lifespan detection on it? Here it came. Time to work. Guan got up, stretching his muscles and bones. In the mountain forest, the underworld fox demon hastily fled, looking extremely disheveled under the torrential rain. After escaping for an unknown amount of time, he stopped under a large tree, pressing against a wound on his waist. The rainwater soaked his long hair, and his face twisted with a grim expression. Mountain God, damn it, I was so close to succeeding, the underworld fox demon muttered to himself, eyes full of killing intent. He did not believe in any mountain god, he suspected that person to be some sort of evil spirit. Regardless, whoever dared to ruin his plan to enter the 3 Pure Ones mountain would face his revenge. Are you talking about me? A voice suddenly sounded in the underworld fox demon's ear, startling him. He reflexively turned his head, only to see a little figure in white with an opera mask standing on his shoulder. Before he had a chance to react, a terrifying divine sense surged into his soul. Oh. So you're here. When Gu An's divine sense invaded the underworld fox demon's body, he discovered another primordial spirit hidden deep within the underworld fox demon's soul. The underworld demon emperor. This guy was pretty impressive, able to escape the notice of a Mahayana cultivator. But unfortunately, he should not have harbored dark intentions. Guan began to perform the soul-capturing skill to extract the underworld demon emperor's memories. The memories of the underworld demon emperor were too vast. Finding it bothersome, Guan only extracted the past 100 years of memories. After a quick soul search, he finally understood the origins of the underworld demon emperor. The underworld demon emperor came from the 9 Nether Road, a demon who had been hunted by the Ephemera sect for years. 200 years ago, he took advantage of the Ephemera sect opening the 9 Nether Road to escape to the 9 Dynasty land. For 200 years, he wandered the world, visiting many sections. Among all, he believed the 3 Pure Ones mountain to be the most formidable, with its profound Taoist sorcery and a history spanning over 10,000 years, making it the oldest sect in the 9 Dynasty land. He attempted to infiltrate it but was discovered just as he stepped foot into the mountain gate and nearly perished, which led him to hold a grudge against the 3 Pure Ones mountain. The underworld fox demon was a small fox possessed by the underworld demon emperor, its original soul erased. The possession technique he used was unique and hard to detect. He manifested the scene of the Ephemera sect's attack to force Sage Xian Miao to return to the 3 Pure Ones mountain, avoiding lingering in the North Sea mountain. Unexpectedly, after learning about this, Sage Xian Miao went to find the mountain god. This made the underworld demon emperor hostile toward the mountain god. After Sage Xian Miao returned to confront him, and after a series of battles, his hostility turned into killing intent. The whole event felt somewhat serendipitous, but since the underworld demon emperor developed killing intent toward Guan could not let him live. An hour later, Guan retracted his divine sense, then used Taicang true fire to incinerate the underworld fox demon, burning him to ashes and scattering his soul, successfully gaining 93 years of lifespan. He then returned to the Supreme Sect. Back in the Mystic Valley Pavilion, Guan sat at his desk and took out pen and paper. He first wrote 3 large characters. 9 Nether Domain. Through the underworld demon emperor's memories, Guan learned that the 9 Nether Road was an independent world called the 9 Nether Domain. Within the 9 Nether Domain existed demon clans, demon tribes, and ghostly spirits, constantly oppressed by the Ephemera sect. He planned to write the 9 Nether Domain into an encyclopedia and later hand it over to the Supreme Sect in another way, making it easier for the Supreme Sect to explore. Autumn leaves covered the Mystic Valley, with over 20 servant disciples sweeping the fallen leaves. Guan descended the stairs, happening to see several Supreme Sect disciples flying swiftly in the sky. He only glanced at them and then looked away, preparing to head to the Third Medicine Valley. Before reaching the transmission array platform, Guan sensed a presence, so he stopped and turned to look at the working servant disciples. 30 minutes later, Yilan flew into the Medicine Valley, pulling Guan upstairs for a conversation. After closing the door, Yilan said in a deep voice, "The 9 Nether Road is in crisis. The Ephemera sect has arrived, and a great battle is imminent. Not only the 9 Nether Road, but the Ephemera sect's demon cultivators have also appeared in various places. This time, the situation is completely different from before. The law enforcement hall must go out to protect the common people. I have to leave today." "So urgent?" Guan immediately took out a batch of healing pills and handed them to Yilan. Yilan did not refuse. Following this, she instructed, "During this period, be careful. According to our investigations, there are traitorous spies from the Ephemera sect within the Supreme Sect. This time, we face the main lineage of the Ephemera sect, and they might be going all out. This could be a once-in-millennium catastrophe." "I understand. Take care, and don't let go of your white spirit sword," Guan nodded and said. Hearing this, Yilan raised her white spirit sword and said with a smile, "Good." After providing some important information, she hurriedly left. Standing before the pavilion, Guan watched her leave and had already sensed battles erupting in the distance, and in more than one place. This time, the Ephemera sect's offensive was far beyond previous ones, transitioning from defense to invasion. For the time being, Guan had no intention of intervening, letting the 9 dynasties hold them off to avoid alerting the enemy. His target was to deal with the Mahayana cultivator. Before that, Guan decided to find a place to break through. Mahayana versus Mahayana, confidence was needed. Guan's life had too few combat experiences, while the opponent was certainly a 1,000-year-old monster. He was not adept at life and death struggles, he was skilled at crushing enemies. He needed to find a suitable place. It could not be the North Sea Mountain anymore, the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion was there, and he could not damage the spiritual ecosystem. After considering, Guan headed to the Third Medicine Valley, and then to the Inner Sect. With the Valley Master token from the Third Medicine Valley, he could freely enter the Inner Sect. An hour later, Guan stepped into the Inner Sect city. After several months, the atmosphere in the Inner Sect city was very tense, with cultivators hurrying to and fro. He heard disciples around discussing the Ephemera sect's attack. The news had already been made public in the 4 major Inner Sect cities. From their discussions, Guan learned that not only was the Taicang dynasty attacked by the Ephemera sect, but the other 8 dynasties were also under attack. It was said that more than half of the second batch of disciples sent to the 9 Nether Road had died or been injured, and even an elder had perished in the 9 Nether Road. The situation sounded urgent, and even Guan felt affected. He made his way to the book collection hall and ascended to the 3rd floor, which housed various maps and records of different places. Because of the ephemera sect's attack, there were few disciples in the book collection hall, and on the third floor, it was just Guan and one managing elder. For a long time. While Guan was flipping through books, an old voice asked, "Young friend, what are you looking for?" Guan turned to see the managing elder, Su Lu, walking over. He turned and saluted Su Lu, saying, "I want to see how vast this world is." This Su Lu appeared old and feeble but actually possessed the cultivation level of the nascent soul realm. The minimum threshold for an inner sect elder was the nascent soul realm. Looking for the largest map? There's none here. Follow me, Su Lu said, gesturing for Guan to follow him. Guan was puzzled by Su Lu's actions but followed him to see what would happen. Earlier, you bought the Green Hero Travelogue here, right? Su Lu casually asked. Guan replied, "Yes, elder, what advice do you have?" "Ah, it was because of the Green Hero Travelogue that this happened." Su Lu said slowly, "Ever since a book called Supreme Secret Record spread among the people, few have come to buy the Green Hero Travelogue. This made my friend very sad. Seeing that you still fancy the Green Hero Travelogue, I will give you my treasured map of the continent. It was drawn by a supreme elder who traveled the world." Guan, hearing this, became interested and asked, "Elder, is Green Hero male or female?" "Of course, a man. No woman would write that kind of book." "Is Green Hero still in the sect?" "No, only occasionally sending books back through others." Talking about this, they arrived at a door. Su Lu motioned for Guan to wait and entered the door. Before long, Su Lu returned with a large scroll and a book, handing them to Guan. "Take these back and make a copy. Next time you come, return them to me." Guan placed the scroll and book into his storage bag and then thanked Su Lu. Su Lu reminded, "With your cultivation level, you can at most travel across the 9 dynasties. Don't form your nascent soul nor go to the demon land, and don't head south into the sea." "I understand," Guan replied. Su Lu waved his hand, indicating that Guan could leave now. Guan immediately left. As he reached the stairs, he sensed a powerful divine sense sweeping over him. There's a mystic heart realm cultivator inside the building. Could it be a supreme elder reading here? Including Xian Quan, the supreme sect already had 2 mystic heart realm cultivators. This intensified Gu An's resolve to break through. Damn that ephemera sect, enticing so many old monsters back. Chapter 135 Breakthrough to the 9 Layers of Nirvana Realm. Guan did not use divine sense to probe the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators inside the book collection hall. Divine sense could not be used for lifespan detection, and using divine sense would be meaningless. If the other party practiced some kind of miracle skill and could detect higher-level spying, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Returning to the Mystic Valley, Guan went upstairs and took out the map scroll and the book given by Su Lu. The book was called The Chronicles of the World. It detailed the general situation of various places, and the information about all regions on the map could be found in this book. Guan carefully studied it, looking for a suitable place for a breakthrough. From the map, the 9 dynasties only occupied 1/10 of the continent. Outside was the land where demons roamed, various mountain ranges, and rivers with terrifying names, such as Demon Shadow Peak, Demon Bone Mountain Range, Human Head Ghost Forest, and Falling Immortal River. After much deliberation, Guan decided to go to the demon land for his breakthrough. The demon land was full of spiritual energy. And since ancient times, the demon land had no maritime dangers. This map was the best proof, as the Supreme Elder had traveled the entire continent. As night fell, Guan set off quietly and headed east, slightly north. Holding the map, Guan used the limitless freedom step to traverse quickly through the night. Soon, he left the Taicang dynasty. In less than 20 steps, Guan crossed the 9 dynasties' land and entered the demon land. He felt the increase of demon energy, demonic chi, and ghostly energy in the world. In his divine senses range, there were evil presences everywhere. Looking out, the mountains and valleys were shrouded in thick mist, and those towering mountains appeared like giant demons, looming and terrifying. Guan sensed the life force, almost all were demons. Occasionally, he could catch a glimpse of cultivators who were hiding and had set up formations to conceal themselves. A little over an hour later, Guan arrived at Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, a towering mountain range that stretched over tens of thousands of miles. According to the chronicles of the world, in ancient times, a phoenix once descended upon this mountain and gave birth, hence the name Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain was occupied by demons. When the author of the Chronicles of the World passed by this place, he was attacked by a great demon comparable to the Unification Realm. Perhaps the spiritual energy in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain wasn't the most abundant, but it was not a place that couldn't be visited. Guan used his divine sense to cover the entire Heavenly Phoenix Mountain and sense 3 Unification Realm great demons. The number of demons exceeded 1,000,000, and the number of unrefined demon creatures and demons was countless. This mountain alone had so many demon creatures. No wonder it would form a tribulation of demons. Guan landed in a forest halfway up the mountain. He sat beneath a tree and directly activated the lifespan barrier. Following his gaze, the sparse forest with the demon mist billowing looked like waves under the night wind, eerie and terrifying. After watching for a while, Guan withdrew his gaze and then pulled up the attribute panel. Looking at his 2.38 million year lifespan, Guan felt a pang of heartache. This breakthrough, who knows how many times he would fail. It was estimated that it would cost him several years of effort. But he had no choice. Staying alive was the most important thing. First, let's use 100,000 years to calm the nerves. With a thought, Guan invested his lifespan into his cultivation level. You have invested 100,000 years of lifespan to evolve cultivation. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 4,000 years. You used your great accomplishment in primordial earth immortal skill to forcefully impact the nirvana realm and began the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation and failed to pass the tribulation. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 8,000 years. You used your great accomplishment in primordial earth immortal skill to forcefully impact the nirvana realm and began the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation and failed to pass the tribulation. Good grief. 4,000 years for each tribulation crossing? No wonder the nirvana realm was the first major obstacle of the immortal path 9 tribulations. As the notifications came quickly, Guan's expression did not change. 100,000 years of lifespan went to waste. Let's do another 100,000 years. The evolution cultivation began again. Guan raised his eyebrows slightly. All failed. Try another 100,000 years. Guan refused to give up. As he started the third 100,000 years, his expression gradually turned sour. All failed. Guan's face darkened as he invested the fourth 100,000 years. The continuous failure notifications irritated his mind. Fortunately, this time it succeeded. Seeing the success notification, the gloom in his heart was swept away, and a smile appeared on his face. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 74,000 years. You used your great accomplishment in primordial earth immortal skill to forcefully impact the nirvana realm and began the tribulation crossing. You withstood the innate 5 elements divine thunder tribulation and succeeded, breaking through to the first layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 77,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the second layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 80,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the third layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 83,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the fourth layer of the nirvana realm. You have cultivated in chi absorption for 98,000 years. Your cultivation level rose to the 8th layer of the nirvana realm. Nirvana realm 8th layer. From the 7th layer to the 8th layer of the nirvana realm, it took 5,000 years of lifespan. Guan immediately invested another 4,000 years of lifespan, successfully reaching the 9th layer of the nirvana realm. There was no other way. Now Guan was used to not seeing any numbers other than 9 in minor realms. After reaching the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm, he could once again accumulate his lifespan in peace. Boom! The earth spirit energy surged into Guan's body, shattering his robes instantly. He raised an eyebrow and continued to endure the violent spiritual energy body refining. Unlike previous breakthroughs, this time, Guan felt pain. Nirvana was a transformation of the body and soul, so a little pain was understandable. At the same time, a flood of memories about the Nirvana realm surged into his mind. As Guan began to devour nature's spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of the entire heavenly Phoenix Mountain started to sink. This phenomenon was so intense and sudden that all the demons were startled. Gales howled, ravaging heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Roars and cries echoed throughout the world, deafening and terrifying. North Sea Mountain, deep into the night. In the forest, a dozen Supreme Sect disciples sat around a campfire. Zhen Qin turned her head to look at Sage Xian Miao, who was meditating under a nearby tree. She thought for a moment and then walked over. "Senior, do we really not need to set up a formation?" Zhen Qin asked cautiously. They were all disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. While carrying out a mission on the Taicang Dynasty border, they were attacked by demon cultivators from the Ephemera sect. They were all trapped in a magic artifact and brought to the North Sea Mountain. Fortunately, Sage Xian Miao saved them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sage Xian Miao, with his eyes closed, calmly replied, "No need, if any Ephemera sect demon cultivators come, I will kill them." After the underworld fox demons incident, he harbored an immense hatred for the Ephemera sect. He believed that the underworld fox demon came from the Ephemera sect. Otherwise, why would it have taken the Ephemera poison and informed him of the Ephemera sect's imminent attack? It was clearly scheming against him. Zhen Qin hesitated but held back. Wasn't he using them as bait? Though she was puzzled, she chose to remain silent. With their foundation establishment realm cultivation levels, it was difficult to survive in the North Sea Mountains. They needed Sage Xian Miao's protection. Sage Xian Miao was not from the Supreme Sect and had no obligation to protect them. At this time, she could not afford to offend him. Zhen Qin returned to her previous meditation spot to continue cultivating. The other Law Enforcement Hall disciples began whispering among themselves, discussing the Ephemera sect. With the world in chaos, the Ephemera sect's troubles this time far exceeded the past. These disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall felt the pressure, fearing they might perish in this catastrophe. "Do not worry. This area is under the protection of the Mountain God. Once I recover from my injuries, I will send you back to the Taicang Dynasty." Sage Xian Miao's voice echoed, drawing the attention of all the disciples. A male disciple curiously asked, "Mountain God? What mountain god?" Sage Xian Miao replied, "Naturally, the mountain immortal. As for its location, I will not tell you." The disciples looked at each other, thinking Sage Xian Miao was acting strange. Had he injured his head? Even Zhen Qin thought Sage Xian Miao had a problem with his mind. For a moment, the forest fell into silence. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, the forest shook like turbulent waves, the ground lightly trembled, spiritual mist sank while demon mist rose, creating the illusion of dragon shadows thrashing everywhere, a spectacular sight. Guan, sitting under a tree with his bare body, completed the breakthrough after an ancient hour of settling. Finally, he reached the Nirvana realm. Upon achieving the Nirvana realm, his spiritual power transformed into mana, and his primordial spirit underwent a metamorphosis. Guan's mystic heart was already covered in runes, about to hatch his own unique divine skill. He had an idea to create a divine skill based on his cultivation technique. His absorption of nature's spiritual energy did not slow down and continued. It would take some time to reach the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. He opened his eyes, frowning. A demon was flying towards his forest location, currently 100 miles away. If the demon did not change its direction, it would likely intrude on his lifespan barrier. "Hope the heavens bless you. If you intrude, even if you and I have no enmity, you will die." Guan thought silently, then closed his eyes. He disliked unnecessary killing. This included demons. If they birthed spiritual wisdom, randomly slaughtering them felt like accumulating bad karma. However, if any life threatened him, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. Time continued to pass. Another ancient hour went by. Guan's cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the Nirvana realm. The howling winds began to weaken, not because his spirit energy absorption had slowed, but because the spiritual energy of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain was nearly exhausted. Now, the lifespan barrier was drawing in spirit energy from more distant regions. A few miles away. On a hillside, a red figure was advancing. The demon mist in the sky dispersed, revealing the bright moon. Under the moonlight, a red-clothed woman moved forward with disheveled hair, barefoot and staggering as if she might collapse at any moment. Her long hair was a mess, with some strands stuck to her face by blood, only revealing her bright eyes. Her gaze was downcast, looking extremely weak. "I can't fall down. I need to rest in the forest ahead," the red-clothed woman murmured to herself, her vision blurring. She wobbled forward, taking half an hour to cover the few miles. Once she entered the forest, she collapsed into a patch of grass, unable to get up again. She was now less than 100 yards from Guan's lifespan barrier. Chapter 136 The First Step on the Immortal Path. I am the true immortal of the mortal world. Guan looked up at the woman in red, able to sense the dense demonic energy emanating from her. Generally, demons capable of complete shape-shifting were great demons, but the demonic energy of this one was merely comparable to the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, which was rather peculiar. He immediately cast a lifespan detection spell. Tian Yaoer, Foundation Establishment realm, 9th layer 17/999/18,000, huh? Her maximal lifespan exceeded that of the underworld demon emperor, breaking the record of demon clan qualifications known to Guan. Aside from the spirit tree, the highest maximal lifespan belonged to the ghost mother of ephemera, reaching 54,000 years, but the ghost mother of ephemera was a ghost and incomparable. Guan couldn't help but sigh, as the human race was truly struggling, with a destiny limit of less than 10,000 years. Of course, the human race's comprehension was higher than that of demon clans and ghost clans. At least, Guan had not seen any demons or ghosts cultivating faster than Li Xiandao. While Guan was lost in thought, he waited for the breakthrough to end. As spiritual power transformed into mana, its intensity underwent a dramatic change to an extent that Guan felt he could easily crush his former self. Perhaps this was the true path of immortality. With the 9 layers of the immortal path, he had already crossed into the 1st layer and was no longer a mortal spirit. Unfortunately, unlike other cultivators, breaking through did not extend his lifespan, perhaps because of his unusual situation. Having not experienced a real heavenly tribulation, his lifespan could only be seized but not increased through breakthroughs. Nevertheless, this wasn't much of a problem, as his speed in seizing lifespans was already fast enough. Once the lifespan barrier ceased absorbing the spiritual energy of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, the entire mountain fell into a silent and oppressive state. Guan sensed that the majority of demon creatures were fleeing from Heavenly Phoenix Mountain, as such phenomena signified calamity in their eyes. Time flew by. When Guan's cultivation level reached the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm, he was immersed in a profound sensation. He slowly opened his eyes and examined the consumption of the lifespan barrier. This breakthrough had consumed nearly 50,000 years of lifespan. In total, he had consumed 454,000 years of lifespan to reach the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. He still had 1,920,000 years of lifespan left, not counting the fractions. Not bad. Guan stood up and took out a black robe. While dressing, he glanced at Tian Yaoer in the distance. Now he could see things invisible to certain living beings. He observed a trace of gray aura on Tian Yaoer and, as his divine sense probed into the gray aura, he saw scenes from Tian Yaoer's past. Was this the legendary karma? Guan began to glimpse into Tian Yaoer's past, so he did not immediately dispel the lifespan barrier. After the breakthrough, the consumption of the lifespan barrier significantly slowed down, and leaving it active a bit longer wouldn't cause much loss. After dressing, Guan dispelled the lifespan barrier and walked towards Tian Yaoer. His insight into karma wasn't very strong, only allowing him to explore the karma of the past decade for Tian Yaoer, unable to deduce the future. Glimpsing the karma of the past decade was already quite impressive. In just a few breaths, the past decade of Tian Yaoer's life unfolded before his eyes. Guan approached Tian Yaoer, bent down to embrace the unconscious Tian Yaoer, and then walked out of the forest. The moonlight bathed them, stretching their shadows far behind. Tian Yaoer had a nightmare, dreaming that she was surrounded by a group of demons who wanted to tear her apart and boil her into soup to offer to the demon mother. She jolted awake, sitting up from the ground, gasping for air. Instinctively glancing around, she found herself in a cave. Her eyes were drawn to the fire, where a figure sat meditating beside it, causing her to shrink back and press against the wall in fear. "You," Tian Yaoer stammered, unsure of what to say, still shaken. Looking closely, she saw the person was dressed in black, wearing a mask, exuding an air of mystery. It was Guan. At that moment, Guan was deeply immersed in the overwhelming power of the Nirvana realm. His divine sense covered vast lands, even allowing him to see the entirety of the 9 dynasties' territories from heavenly Phoenix Mountain, a sensation he found utterly fascinating. Was this the realm of immortal path? Guan felt like a true immortal of the mortal world, omnipotent. Tian Yaoer's gaze shifted to a bottle of elixirs on the ground. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward carefully, picked up the bottle, and opened it. The fragrance of the elixirs made her eyes light up, and she immediately poured the elixirs into her mouth. After swallowing the elixirs, she felt her energy recover significantly, an indescribable sensation washing over her. She felt refreshed and invigorated. Noticing that the wounds on her body had already scabbed over, she shrank back again, curling up against the cave wall, covering her mud-caked feet with the hem of her dress. After calming down, she realized it was the black-clad individual who saved her. She curiously studied Guan, finding his aura unfamiliar. Since breaking out of her shell, she had not encountered any cultivators of the human race. She had been raised by the demon mother since childhood, and the red dress she wore was also passed down from the demon mother. After a while, Guan withdrew his divine sense and slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head to look, the eyes revealed by the mask meeting Tian Yaoer's, making her pause and then snap back to alertness. "Thank you for saving me, Senior," Tian Yaoer said timidly, like a small kitten. Guan asked, "What are your plans now?" From his earlier glimpses, Guan knew Tian Yaoer was a demon nurtured by a demon king of the unification realm. There were other demons in that cage, all very young, capable of shape-shifting at a young age, indicating their extraordinary qualifications. Due to the sudden depletion of spiritual energy, the demons believed a disaster was imminent and thus migrated. During their migration, they encountered a great demon, resulting in a battle. Amidst the chaos, Tian Yaoer escaped. Subsequently, she fled all the way to Guan. Perhaps due to their shared lack of parents, Guan felt a tinge of sympathy for Tian Yaoer and did not leave immediately. Tian Yaoer hesitated, unsure how to respond, feeling lost. "I'll give you 2 options. 1. I take you out of heavenly Phoenix Mountain to a distant place for you to survive. 2. You serve me from now on. In return, I will ensure your safety." Guan's voice resonated, and upon hearing it, Tian Yaoer showed signs of internal conflict in her eyes. Tian Yaoer gritted her teeth and asked, "Can you avenge me? My parents were killed by the demon mother. If you can avenge me, I'll follow you forever. The Heaven Phoenix demon mother is too powerful. I'm not her opponent, but I can teach you cultivation techniques. You can avenge your own parents in the future," Guan replied. The Heaven Phoenix demon mother was in the unification realm, certainly not someone Guan could defeat at present, but he didn't want to reveal his full strength. From Tian Yaoer's memories, there were hints that the Heaven Phoenix demon mother had lived for thousands of years. Killing her would likely only yield a 2-digit lifespan gain, not worth exposing his cultivation level. Even though Guan intended for Tian Yaoer to manage his new cave mansion, he preferred not to reveal his true power. One must always hold something back. Currently, he was only in the first realm of the immortal path, far from being invincible. What if someone traveled through time in the future to kill him? He wanted to ensure that no one would ever know when he truly became powerful. Tian Yaoer showed a look of disappointment in her eyes, but after reconsidering, it made sense. She had never heard of anyone mightier than the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother. She cautiously asked, "If I follow you and cultivate, will I have a chance to avenge them?" "You'll at least have a better chance, won't you?" "Alright, I'll follow you." Immediately, Guan waved his sleeve, and the vacant ground behind him suddenly collapsed, soon filling with water to form a pool. "Go wash up," Guan said, standing up and heading towards the cave's entrance. Tian Yaoer hurriedly got up and nervously asked, "Where are you going?" "Just to take a look outside." "I'll come back after you're done," Guan responded without stopping, merely waving his hand. Tian Yaoer watched his retreating figure, hesitating to say more. For some reason, Guan's attitude made her feel more favorable towards him. Maybe following him would be better than her previous life. Tian Yaoer turned to the pool, gazing into it, wondering in surprise, "He seems really powerful. Is he truly no match for the Demon Mother?" Elsewhere, Guan stepped out of the cave, sunlight pouring down on him. Standing halfway up the mountain, surrounded by flora, his view was unhindered. Looking out, he saw an array of mountains and rivers, enveloped in dense mist, resembling an immortal realm. It was difficult to associate such a beautiful scene with the demon land. Guan's divine sense spread out, searching for a suitable place to establish his cave mansion. Today, he planned to create an underground cave mansion, settling Tian Yaoer before he returned. Fortunately, he had already prepared all kinds of formation materials, enough to set up a concealed cave mansion, which he would continue to refine over time. Soon, he located a spirit lineage, deciding to establish the cave mansion beside it. Leaving behind a yin-yang clone, his true self disappeared into thin air. Half an hour later, Tian Yaoer crouched by the fire, hugging her knees. Firelight illuminated her delicate face as she stared into the flames, lost in thought. When she heard footsteps from the cave's passage, she snapped out of her daze and quickly stood up. Moments later, Guan entered the cave chamber. Seeing the cleaned-up Tian Yaoer, he felt satisfied internally. She looked pleasing enough to manage the cave mansion, serving as an eye-pleaser. With a wave of his sleeve, a breeze blew towards Tian Yaoer, causing her long hair to flutter and her clothes to swell, compelling Guan to avert his gaze. Tian Yaoer felt her hair suddenly fluff up, her clothes drying, and all traces of moisture on her body disappearing. Guan raised his hand, beckoning her into the air, grabbing her shoulder, and the two vanished from the cave. Tian Yaoer felt as if the world was spinning, an uncomfortable sensation preventing her from opening her eyes, with her divine sense unable to extend, prompting her to instinctively grab Guan's belt tightly. Soon, she felt her feet touch the ground, the discomfort dissipating. She opened her eyes, and her eyes widened in disbelief. They had arrived in a vast underground space, similar in size to the Mystic Heaven Cave Mansion, with various spirit stones encrusted on the walls, glowing and imbuing the air with dense spiritual energy, making Tian Yaoer feel at ease. This cave mansion was personally carved out by Guan, appearing as though naturally formed, with an environment that seemed crafted by supernatural forces. "From now on, you'll live here. Rest and recover first, don't go outside. This is still Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. If you get bored, you can read these books." Guan produced books like Investiture of the Gods and Supreme Immortal Venerable from his sleeve and placed them on the ground. With that, he disappeared into thin air. Tian Yaoer crouched down and picked up a copy of Investiture of the Gods, flipping it open, her face full of confusion. She was illiterate. Chapter 137. Is there an immortal in this world? The third Medicine Valley, where the autumn wind swayed gently. Guan walked out of the transmission array platform and headed towards a distant garden area. Although he had just broken through, he hadn't forgotten the ripening times of the flowers and plants in each garden. Before he had taken a few steps, Lu Lingjun quickly approached him and said, "Valley Master, let me accompany you in harvesting." Guan nodded, having no objections. After walking several miles forward, Guan began to bend down to pick, while Lu Lingjun took out a bamboo basket, ready to receive. "Valley Master, with the world in chaos, should I go out and make a name for myself?" Lu Lingjun suddenly asked. So it was about this, no wonder she was suddenly attentive. Guan casually replied, "Then go to the sect leader and see how he arranges it for you. If he wanted to summon me, he would have already sent a message to me. If that's the case, then stay in the Medicine Valley. Who knows, one day the demon cultivators of the ephemera sect might infiltrate the valley, and it will still be up to you to protect it. But, Lingjun, you're a great cultivator, yet your Taoist heart is so restless? Isn't protecting the medicinal herbs also a merit? Is this merit any less than killing enemies?" Guan said seriously, but his hands did not stop moving. Having just spent more than 400,000 years of his lifespan, he needed to replenish it. Lu Lingjun was helpless. She wanted to go out and eliminate demons also for the sect leader's grand plan. However, she couldn't tell Guan that she wanted to become the sect leader yet, as Guan had a closer relationship with LV Badian. Seeing her plan fail, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but change the topic, asking, "Valley Master, do you think there are immortals in this world? If the world is so vast, why can't mortal spirits see them if they exist? Of course there are, otherwise, why would there be us cultivators? We are just on the path of pursuit." Guan answered. "Of course there are. I am one. I just can't tell you." Guan felt secretly proud, and at the same time, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that immortals are hiding in the mortal world, and previously his divine sense couldn't detect them? Or perhaps, the immortals are on the other side of the ocean, separated from mortals? Even upon becoming immortals, they still have to strive for higher realms. Nirvana is just the first step on the immortal path. One has to cross 8 tribulations to reach the pinnacle of the immortal path. What lies beyond the immortal path? For a while, Guan was lost in infinite reverie. Although his mind was fluttering, it did not affect his picking of herbs. In the place where I was born, there were no immortals. Cultivators, upon reaching a high realm, could only pursue shattering the void. We believe that immortals are hidden in realms that mortal spirits cannot reach, Lu Lingjun continued, a sad expression appearing on her face. After ascending, she suddenly felt no different from before, still rolling in the red dust, only this red dust was more vast, and the immortal path remained distant. Guan listened, occasionally echoing a phrase. An hour later, the two of them returned to the pavilion area and then parted ways. Guan walked towards the mystic pure tree, seeing from afar that Xiaochuan was squatting on the ground, observing the white spirit rat sleeping under the tree. Although Xiaochuan raised quite a few demon beasts, his favorite was the white spirit rat, but the white spirit rat did not like to interact with him. Guan suddenly noticed that Xiaochuan's back seemed to have aged. Xiaochuan was only 3 years younger than Guan, now already 70 years old, and had not yet reached foundation establishment. How could he not show signs of aging? Guan had once given Xiaochuan a youth-preserving pill, but it could only keep his appearance youthful. Xiaochuan's demeanor and mindset had begun to age. This made Guan feel a bit trance-like. 100 years from now, Xiaochuan would leave him. Xiaochuan didn't like to practice, and Guan couldn't force him. Fortunately, even if Xiaochuan couldn't achieve much in immortal cultivation, he still led a happy life. This life was without regrets thanks to Guan. Guan came up behind Xiaochuan and asked with a smile, "Xiaochuan, what are you looking at? If you want to hold it, just pick it up." Xiaochuan looked up, helplessly saying, "It has a bad temper. Last time I tried to hold it, and it scratched me." "Oh. Why didn't you tell me?" The rascal. Guan immediately walked over, grabbed the white spirit rat by the tail, and lifted it up. The white spirit rat awoke, and when it saw that it was Guan, it stopped struggling immediately. Guan placed it into Xiaochuan's arms and warned it with his eyes not to resist. The rat reluctantly curled into a ball. Xiaochuan, now able to hold the white spirit rat, revealed an excited smile and began gently stroking its back. At this moment, Guan sensed battle aura coming from afar. A mystic heart realm battle. One of the auras was Xian Quan's. He only glanced at it, having no intention of intervening. As long as the Mahayana realm cultivators of the ephemera sect did not make a move, he was too lazy to step in. This was the calamity of the 9 dynasties, not his alone, and he couldn't let Supreme Sect develop a dependency on Sword Venerable Fudao. After chatting with Xiaochuan for a little while longer, Guan finally left. Xiaochuan put down the white spirit rat, which then quickly ran back to the mystic pure tree to continue sleeping. Xiaochuan turned his head, staring at Guan's back. For some reason, he felt increasingly distant from him. Though they were always together, and Guan had no intention of leaving Supreme Sect, he could not help but feel a sense of loss. Fortunately, this sense of loss came and went quickly. "Little Yang, come over here, let's check on the spirit chickens. They should be laying eggs today." Xiaochuan called to a servant disciple not far away. The thought of the spirit chickens laying eggs brought a smile to his face. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. In an underground space, Guan sat on the ground with a steel placed before him, stroking his chin in deep thought. Tian Yao squatted nearby, curiously watching him. Unable to hold back, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Guan answered, "I'm thinking of giving this cave a name." He suddenly thought of something, looked at Tian Yao, and said, "If I let you name it, what would you call it?" She tilted her head, thought for a while, and said, "How about Heavenly Phoenix's little nest?" Guan closed his eyes again, not bothering to respond. Tian Yao pouted, raised her hands like claws, and made a playful scratching motion towards Guan, sticking her tongue out as if she wanted to scratch him. After another 30 minutes, Guan stood up, startling Tian Yao, who quickly followed suit, her eyes wide as she watched him. Guan raised his right hand, extended 2 fingers, and pointed at the steel, moving his fingers through the air. Tian Yao looked down and saw a faint strength energy fall on the steel, carving 4 characters. Ninshu Cave. Ninshu, meaning to remember one's initial aspiration. Guan feared he might become arrogant in the future. Today's conversation with Xiaochuan made him feel many emotions about life. Ninshu also represented his hope to remember the first group of people he met when he embarked on the immortal path. After carving, Guan picked up the steel and walked towards a distant place. Tian Yao followed closely, never leaving more than 7 steps away from Guan since his return. After setting the steel in place, Guan turned and began casting his magic, then squatted down and placed his hands on the ground. In fact, he didn't need to go through such trouble, but he wanted to show off in front of Tian Yao. With his mana flowing into the soil, the barren ground began to sprout weeds, covering the entire area of Ninshu Cave in no more than 3 breaths, leaving Tian Yao wide-eyed. This was Guan's mystic heart divine power, which he called All Things Divine Presence. All Things Divine Presence wasn't limited to this ability. He could use mana to conjure flowers, grass, and trees within the range of his divine sense. The conjured plants contained his mana, providing him with vision. The uses were endless, and the summoning speed was incredibly fast, suitable for use as a lethal attack. With a wave of his hand, Guan could easily summon a 10,000-foot wall of trees. He wasn't sure of the ultimate limits of this power yet. Just thinking about it excited him. Additionally, this divine power could also accelerate the growth of plants. Today, Guan wanted to conduct an experiment. To see if speeding up the growth process of medicinal herbs affected their lifespan. He took out a seed and buried it in the soil. Tian Yao, already bewildered, watched the green spread across the ground, doubting Guan's claim, as she had never seen the demon mother use such methods. Half an hour later, Guan looked at the fresh second-tier spirit grass in his hand and sighed. Forcing growth indeed diminished the lifespan. By hastening the second-tier spirit grass to maturity within half an hour, the lifespan was lost. According to his lifespan detection, this second-tier spirit grass was approaching its end, but the detection couldn't show the number of months left, making it hard for him to judge directly. It seemed he still needed to farm patiently. Guan cursed his greed inwardly. His ability to seize lifespans was already very exaggerated, yet he wanted it faster. He stood up, and likewise, Tian Yao followed, mimicking him. Don't you have anything to do? Guan couldn't help but ask. Tian Yao blinked and asked, like what? Aren't you seeking revenge? Shouldn't you be cultivating? How should I cultivate? You haven't taught me the cultivation technique yet, Tian Yao answered, feeling wronged. Admittedly, her grievances were rather endearing. Guan cursed inwardly and then asked, how did you improve your cultivation level? He had seen Tian Yao's past, but only for 10 years. Since her early years, she had been kept by the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, occasionally fed various elixirs and medicinal broths. He had thought she had been given the technique of immortal cultivation during her childhood. I don't know, it just happened, Tian Yao replied. Guan thought for a moment, realizing this might be a good thing, preventing her from abandoning her cultivation to start anew. Subsequently, Guan began teaching the primordial earth immortal skill to Tian Yao. She truly didn't understand cultivation at all, requiring Guan to explain some basic cultivation principles. After a night, Tian Yao finally learned to absorb energy by herself, allowing Guan to breathe a sigh of relief. During the process, he realized Tian Yao was completely illiterate. He glanced at the scattered books in the distance, pondering whether to keep a copy of the Supreme Secret Record since it contained illustrations. But then he dismissed the idea. Too disgraceful. He couldn't let an ignorant demoness see such books. If Tian Yao developed bad thoughts later, it would affect his cultivation here. It was all Shenzhen's fault, making Gu An's thoughts increasingly impure. Some books deserve to be banned for a reason. Chapter 138 The Mountain God Descends. Punishment. The autumn wind was desolate. In the mountains and forests, Zhen Qin and others followed Sage Xianmiao forward. Sage Xianmiao walked at the front, leaving a trail of blood behind him, which made everyone behind him worry greatly. They knew that comforting him was futile. They could only try their best not to disturb him. Boom! A deafening explosion came from afar. The fierce wind roared, toppling trees. Everyone hurriedly mobilized their spiritual power to resist the gusts. Sage Xianmiao raised his sword to block. His cultivation level in the divinity transformation realm withstood most of the pressure. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which made the disciples of the Supreme Sex Law Enforcement Hall behind him sweat for him. After a few breaths, the wind stopped and Sage Xianmiao followed suit, half kneeling, stabilizing himself by leaning on his sword. The surrounding forest was almost entirely toppled, with leaves and debris flying around messily. Zhen Qin and the others rushed forward, concerned about Sage Xianmiao's safety. Ever since Sage Xianmiao had saved them, they had been fighting almost every day, which left his injuries no chance to recover, only worsening them further. Sage Xianmiao lifted his head, his pale face full of unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and said, "The enemy is coming. Everyone, meditate." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly sat down. After spending several days together, they had developed unconditional trust in Sage Xianmiao. Without him, they would have been dead long ago. Sage Xianmiao took a deep breath and said softly, "Call upon the mountain god in your hearts, pray for the mountain god to save us." He had no other way. His spiritual power was insufficient to cast the divine reaching mystic gate. He could only think of the mountain god. Although this place was far from the mountain god's domain, he believed the mountain god would be able to sense it. Everyone was astonished upon hearing him. Some disciples even panicked. Not fleeing now, calling for the mountain god? Indeed, the world is in chaos, battles everywhere. Maybe we can escape amid the chaos. Next, we'll take turns carrying you. We will surely escape alive. We can't just sit and wait to die. Is there really a mountain god in this world? If there was, why would the ephemera sect run rampant? The more the disciples spoke, the more agitated they became. They could also feel a powerful aura approaching. Sage Xian Miao said, "We can't escape, they have already locked onto us. Sit quickly, do as I say, and there's still a chance. If we delay and they capture us, we will neither live nor die." Upon hearing this, the disciples could only grit their teeth and sit down. Zhenqin sat among the crowd, closed her eyes, and began calling out to the mountain god in her heart. She did not want to die here. For a moment, everyone sat on the ground, calling the mountain god's name in their hearts. In the inner sect city, Guan was selecting seeds of high-rank medical herbs in the elixir hall when he suddenly sensed something. His expression turned strange. Mysteriously, it seemed someone was calling him. This feeling was very mysterious. It had never happened before. He extended his divine sense, encompassing the lands of the 9 dynasties, and soon locked onto Sage Xian Miao. It was Sage Xian Miao who was calling him. Although others around Sage Xian Miao were also meditating, Guan could clearly sense it was only Sage Xian Miao calling him. He couldn't hear Sage Xian Miao's thoughts but could feel his strong desire to see him. Could it be because of his mountain god identity? Guan was curious. He suspected it was related to the Nirvana realm. He had known Sage Xian Miao for some time and never had this feeling before breaking through. Guan noticed Zhenqin's presence, as a group of ephemera sect cultivators was approaching them. After hesitating for a moment, Guan put down the seeds in his hand and turned to walk towards the door. In the mountains of the North Sea, among the fallen trees, Sage Xian Miao, Zhenqin, and others sat in meditation, their eyes tightly closed, as if they were ready to die. A group of black-robed cultivators flew in from the horizon, led by an elder holding a wooden staff. He had a head full of white hair, a face covered in brown spots, and a large python coiled on his shoulders, making him look malevolent and terrifying. He looked down at Sage Xian Miao and said, "Sage Xian Miao, are you surrendering?" He hadn't attacked immediately. According to the information, Sage Xian Miao possessed a divine skill capable of summoning great cultivators. Many of ephemera sect's great cultivators had died by this skill. Sage Xian Miao ignored him, continuing to chant silently in his heart. The elder with the wooden staff scanned the others, his gaze flickering with hesitation. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were extremely tense, most of them sweating on their foreheads. They didn't dare to open their eyes and could only frantically call the mountain god in their hearts, or pray for a miracle. After a while, the elder with the wooden staff snorted coldly. He raised his staff, and in an instant, demonic chi surged from the bottom of the staff, quickly covering the sky for 10 miles around. The disciples of the Supreme Sect's law enforcement hall sensed something and opened their eyes. In their view, it was as if they had suddenly been plunged into night, with the ephemera sect cultivators in the air looking like deathly ghosts, staring down at them. Everyone was extremely tense, their faces filled with despair and fear, including Zhenqin. Sage Xian Miao also opened his eyes, sighed, and looked towards the sky, his gaze becoming calm. Disappointed? A voice entered Sage Xian Miao's ear, making him instinctively turn his head. Immediately, he widened his eyes, full of surprise and joy. Mountain God. Others turned their heads when they heard those words. When their eyes fell on Sage Xian Miao's shoulder, they all widened their eyes. On Sage Xian Miao's left shoulder stood a small man in white, wearing an opera mask, whose head was not even as high as Sage Xian Miao's ear. Some disciples thought they were hallucinating, some even rubbed their eyes. The elder with the wooden staff frowned deeply, also seeing the small man in white. The other ephemera sect cultivators started murmuring. It was their first time seeing such a small person. When they used their divine sense to probe, they couldn't see the small man's true form and felt no aura of evil from him. Guan leaped from Sage Xian Miao's shoulder and landed on a nearby crooked tree. Sage Xian Miao hurriedly bowed to Guan, saying, "Please, Mountain God, save us. The ephemera sect has committed numerous atrocities and even plans to sacrifice the people of the 9 dynasties. This is an abomination. Please save the world's common people. The disciples of the law enforcement hall came to their senses and all turned to kneel before Gu, and Zhenqin also knelt, feeling a strange sense of kinship towards the small man in white. Mountain god? Posing as a deity. I advise you not to meddle. The elder with the wooden staff glared at Guan, coldly threatening him. Guan ignored the threat of this unification realm great cultivator. He turned to Sage Xian Miao, leisurely saying, "The mountain god does not save the common people, only guards a single land. You are not of this land, yet you ask me to save you. It is against the celestial rules." Sage Xian Miao quickly replied, "If you help, we will offer you our worship." Sincerity is effective. Guan turned to the elder with the wooden staff, too lazy for further words. He raised his right hand, palm facing up. As he raised his hand, the earth trembled violently, astounding everyone. Boom! 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 Huge tree roots broke through the ground, rushing toward the sky like a horde of serpents, forcing the elder with the wooden staff to dodge. Other ephemera sect cultivators couldn't evade in time and were pierced by tree roots, their bodies shattered, blood spraying through the air. The demonic chi in the sky dissipated instantly, sunlight pouring down. Upon seeing the spectacle ahead, Zhenqin and the rest were all stupefied, even Sage Xian Miao was moved. One by one, giant trees shot up to the sky. Looking to both ends, one couldn't see the end, as if a green mountain suddenly rose, piercing the clouds, shocking everyone's eyes. The elder with the wooden staff quickly dodged, wielding his wooden staff and casting imposing spells. Demonic chi surged, shaking the heavens. But in less than 3 breaths, he was entangled by thick vines. He was shocked to find his spiritual power suppressed within, unable to be released. How could this be? Could it really be the mountain god? The elder with the wooden staff widened his eyes in despair, and soon, his face was covered by vines, and eventually, his figure vanished within the intertwined branches, merging with the trees. From above, the land within a 100-mile radius was dense with giant trees intertwining, forming a mountain of trees that stunned every witness. Sage Xian Miao stared at the tree mountain. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't determine the height of these trees. Lines of prompts began to appear before Gu An's eyes. A small harvest. All these people combined barely account for 5,000 years of lifespan. Guan withdrew his hand, causing the terrifying and magnificent tree mountain to dissolve, transforming into countless green light stars that quickly disappeared. The huge chasm like an abyss in front showed that the previous scene was real. The disciples of the law enforcement hall looked at Guan again with eyes filled with reverence and incredulity. Such a small figure yet capable of godlike feats, truly the mountain god. Even stronger than the legend. Guan looked at Sage Xian Miao, stroked his chin, and pondered, "I told you not to reveal my existence. I must punish you." Sage Xian Miao took a square wooden box from his storage bag and said, "I am willing to be punished. This treasure is a token of gratitude for the mountain god's help." Guan raised his hand, moving the wooden box in front of him, then putting it into his storage bag. He had many storage bags and specifically used another to avoid Zhenqin's notice. He leaped, flying to Sage Xian Miao, gently tapped his forehead, and said, "The punishment is a 1-year drop in your cultivation level." In a flash, Sage Xian Miao's face changed as his cultivation level quickly dropped, falling all the way to the Foundation Establishment realm. It was Gu An's divine skill, the path of returning primordial spirit. This skill, awakened by the primordial reincarnation skill, could seal someone's cultivation. Zhenqin and the others sensed Sage Xian Miao's rapid drop in cultivation and were all shocked. When Guan looked at them, they took out their treasures to offer him, promising not to reveal the mountain god's existence to anyone. Guan waved his sleeve, collecting all their offerings, then another wave of his sleeve sent a breeze sweeping them towards the horizon, including Sage Xian Miao. Mortals and immortals are separate. If you break your promise, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Gu An's voice echoed in the ears of every law enforcement hall disciple. Chapter 139, Immortal Path Techniques. The eve of the final battle, Guan manipulated the breeze formed by his mana to gently deliver Sage Xian Miao, Zhen Qin, and the others to the border of the Taicang dynasty, before withdrawing his thoughts and then disappearing from the spot. This time, he mainly acted for Zhen Qin. However, the feeling of taking action was quite nice. It made him truly feel the power of the immortal path. No wonder the Nirvana realm is so special. Without experiencing Nirvana, human cultivators cannot live past 10,000 years. The difference between Nirvana realm and Mahayana realm is not just the strength of spiritual power, but a comprehensive disparity. After returning to the Supreme Sect, Guan continued to procure medicinal herbs in preparation for planting at Nianshu Cave. Before sowing, he had to properly instruct Tian Yaoer. Now he already possessed some methods akin to immortals, no longer needing to teach Tian Yaoer hand by hand. He only needed to point his finger at her forehead to transmit a large amount of information into her mind. However, to conceal his strength, he decided to teach slowly. Anyway, he had plenty of time. On the other side, beside a large river, the disciples of the law enforcement hall looked at Sage Xian Miao with words stuck in their throats. They could hardly care about the joy of surviving the catastrophe. They were more worried about Sage Xian Miao being distressed. If not for saving them, how could Sage Xian Miao have ended up in such a state? Sage Xian Miao washed his face, stood up, and smiled at everyone, saying, "You don't need to worry about me. My cultivation was merely sealed by the mountain god for a year. Indeed, this was my ordeal due to my failure to keep my promise." The disciples all spoke up, taking the responsibility onto themselves, but Sage Xian Miao merely laughed freely. Having his cultivation suppressed to the Foundation establishment realm did not cause him any pain. On the contrary, he felt more exhilarated. Now he was completely convinced that the mountain god was a true immortal. The mountain god's methods made him feel incredulous and also very excited. The road of immortal cultivation can truly lead to success. Alright, everyone, now that we have returned to the Taicang dynasty, it is time to part ways. Remember, do not reveal the existence of the mountain god to anyone. Sage Xian Miao cupped his hands as he spoke. All the disciples hastily returned the salute and promised not to reveal it. Considering that even someone as strong as Sage Xian Miao had his cultivation sealed, how could they dare to provoke the mountain god? They shared the same feeling as Sage Xian Miao, one of excitement, for they had seen unprecedented hope. The path to immortality is vast. Whether there are immortals has always been a persistent debate in the immortal cultivation world. Having witnessed immortals, they would be more steadfast than others. Autumn passed, winter arrived, and snow gradually covered the mystic valley. Zhen Qin came back to visit him, telling him about the chaos outside. There are just too many people in the Ephemera sect. Even with the combined forces of 9 dynasties, they can't kill them all, Zhen Qin sighed. She was only a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, and the situation she could see was limited. Guan often witnessed battles in the Mystic Heart realm. Now, great cultivators in the Mystic Heart realm were stationed all over the world. The number of Mystic Heart realm cultivators in the 9 dynasties had already exceeded 20 and was still increasing. The same was true for the Ephemera sect. The Mystic Heart realm was in a stalemate, causing the wars below to be deadlocked. This would be a protracted war lasting for years. Guan was not in a hurry. He was just waiting for that Mahayana realm cultivator to show up, and the moment he did, he would kill him. His divine sense could cover the entire 9 dynasties, but the main lineage of the Ephemera sect was inside the 9 Nether Road, so he hadn't detected the Mahayana realm cultivator's whereabouts yet. He did not plan to go into the 9 Nether Road to capture him. He wanted to wait until the other party revealed himself so that news of his death could spread. At that time, the Ephemera sect, leaderless, could only disperse. After Zhen Qin finished speaking, Guan poured her a cup of tea and asked with a smile, "Why do you seem so excited? Compared to before you left, your spirit state is completely different." Zhen Qin laughed and said, "Although there is killing everywhere outside, after this experience, I found greater motivation for cultivation. Master, I plan to go into seclusion next. Our batch of disciples has completed our mission, and the law enforcement hall allows us to rest next." Guan took out a few bottles of elixirs from his storage bag, handed them to her, and said, "Cultivate well. In the future, Master will rely on you." Zhenqin did not reject them. While accepting the elixirs, she laughed and said, "When I become an immortal, I will concoct an elixir of immortality for Master." Her spirited look made Guan want to laugh. Since the departure of Su Han and Yi Yan, Zhenqin often came to Mystic Valley, still treating it as her home. Guan never felt annoyed, he was always happy to see her. After Zhenqin left Mystic Valley, Guan began wandering inside, admiring his cultivation results. Time continued to pass. Although the immortal cultivation world was in chaos, the Supreme Sect was not attacked, and Guan's days in the sect were still leisurely. After the end of the year came the new year. That year's spring festival was not as lively as in previous years. Guan could only celebrate with the servant disciples. Until late at night, he quietly came to Ninshu Cave. He appeared on the grass, feeling the spiritual energy inside the cave. With a satisfied expression, he noted that the spirit gathering array he set up began to take effect. At that moment, Tian Yaoer came over excitedly and asked, "Master, did you bring meat?" Since Guan grilled meat for her last month, she completely fell in love with barbecue. Each time he came, she would ask if he brought meat. Ninshu Cave had no entrance, so Tian Yaoer couldn't get out, she could only cultivate and wait. "I brought it, but first, we need to plant. Based on your performance, I will decide how much meat you get to eat," Guan replied, making Tian Yaoer roll her eyes. Then, Guan began planting with Tian Yaoer, teaching her by example. After teaching once, Guan watched Tian Yaoer plant, which took half the night. Guan found that Tian Yaoer had a knack for planting. She might look daft, but she was meticulous and skillful. After the planting, Guan took out a leg of lamb and various special seasonings, making Tian Yaoer's eyes light up as she eagerly fetched firewood. 30 minutes later. Tian Yaoer squatted on the ground, gnawing on a grease-dripping leg of lamb while staring at another leg roasting on the fire. "They're all yours, eat slowly," Guan couldn't help but laugh. Why did he feel like he was raising a cat? Actually, Tian Yaoer was not a cat demon but a bird demon. Judging from her lifespan, Guan suspected she had the phoenix blood lineage. Tian Yaoer chewed the meat and asked in a muffled voice, "Master, why did you come to Heavenly Phoenix Mountain?" Although they had been together for months, she still knew nothing about Guan. Seeing him in a good mood today, she gathered the courage to ask. "Heavenly Phoenix Mountain is vast and rich in resources. I came specifically for medicinal herbs. What we're planting now is what I gathered in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain." "Master, do you know alchemy?" "Of course. The demon mother subordinate has a demon skilled in alchemy, who enjoys her favor. Can you teach me alchemy in the future?" "It depends on your performance." "Master, where do you come from?" In the quiet cave, the conversation between the person and the demon echoed, and the firelight projected their shadows on the cave walls, constantly flickering. Tian Yaoer looked at Guan, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. Though still trapped in the cave, she felt at ease with Guan and no longer fearful. In the days that followed, Tian Yaoer memorized all the cultivation details, making Guan no longer need to come to Ninshu Cave every night. In Guan's absence, Tian Yaoer diligently cultivated, fearing his disappointment and abandonment. Therefore, she never slacked off since she started cultivating. In the blink of an eye. Half a year passed. 74-year-old Guan's lifespan had reached over 2 million years, and everything was moving in a favorable direction. On this day, Guan came to the outer gate city to submit the previous year's harvest from Mystic Valley. After leaving the elixir hall, he overheard disciples discussing major events in the immortal cultivation world. It was said that the Ephemera sect had set up a huge altar in Wanji Forest of the Taicang dynasty, preparing to sacrifice living people. Now in all dynasties, people were disappearing, and various sects from the other 8 dynasties were heading towards the Taicang dynasty. Everyone sensed a major battle approaching. Through divine sense, Guan saw that altar. It was indeed large, occupying 100 miles in radius. At the altar's center stood a great cauldron with a large flag inside, filled with countless vengeful souls. Around the altar, there were as many as 40 great cultivators of the mystic heart realm stationed. It seemed that the ephemera sect was making a last-ditch effort. This also indicated that the Mahayana realm cultivator would soon appear. Guan retracted his divine sense and walked towards Wu Ju's residence. Though Wu Ju had become an inner sect disciple, he hadn't sold his villa in the outer gate city, only that he wouldn't usually stay there. He felt Wu Ju's presence, indicating that Wu Ju was waiting for him. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Wu Ju, who was practicing martial arts, looked at Guan entering the courtyard and smiled, saying, "You finally came. I thought I wouldn't see you before I left." Wu Ju's lifespan hadn't increased, but his cultivation had reached the first layer of the core formation realm. After closing the door, Guan turned to Wu Ju and asked with a smile, "Why are you waiting for me?" "Master plans to take me to the Taicang dynasty to eradicate the ephemera demon path. Taicang is far from Taicang, and once we leave, who knows how long it'll take to return, so I wanted to bid you farewell." Wu Ju stopped practicing and replied. He pretended to be calm, but Guan could see his inner tension and fear. To be honest, Wu Ju hadn't experienced a life-or-death battle yet, and he feared the ephemera sect because his master was slain by them. "A talent like you should have no trouble staying behind, right?" Guan asked. Wu Ju shook his head and said, "The ephemera sect is powerful. The supreme sect must bring its full strength to eradicate the demons, and I have personal reasons that I must go." His eyes were firm. He wanted to avenge his master. Though he didn't know which demon cultivator of the ephemera sect killed his master, it didn't matter to him. As long as the ephemera sect was annihilated, he considered it revenge. "Then you must be careful. The demon path's methods are countless and unscrupulous. You can't just judge strength by cultivation level," Guan began to advise. Listening to his lengthy speech, Wu Ju did not find it tedious at all. Instead, he smiled. With such a brother, he had to go. If the ephemera sect's sacrifice succeeded, the demon cultivators would eventually invade the supreme sect, endangering Guan. Subsequently, Wu Ju began to talk about the scale of the supreme sect's expedition this time. The sect leader dispatched 1/3 of the inner sect disciples to Wanji Forest, illustrating the importance attached to this mission. None after saying goodbye to Wu Ju, in the following days, Guan could see many Supreme Sect disciples flying over the Third Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley. The Supreme Sect had started going to war. Guan stood on the balcony, looking into the distance. He could see the Wanji Forest erupting into battle, with the sects that had arrived first launching an offensive against the Ephemera Sect. Unfortunately, 40 Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators joined forces, becoming nearly invincible. Ultimately, the various dynasty cultivators returned defeated, waiting to gather more strength. Guan then looked towards the dustless wasteland, reoccupied by the Ephemera Sect. Continuous streams of Ephemera Sect cultivators flew out from the entrance of the 9 Nether Road, all heading toward the Taicang dynasty. The 9 dynasties comprised of Taicang, Great Yu, Qintang, Tianwei, Taichan, Hanlu, Great Zhao, Great Jiang, and Wuzhen. The Taicang dynasty was relatively weak, situated at the center of the 9 dynasties with a vast territory, now occupied by the Ephemera Sect. From a macro perspective, Guan saw that around the Taicang dynasty, cultivators were continuously heading to provide support, a very spectacular sight. As Guan watched, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil, wanting to join in the excitement. However, he needed to guard his Medicine Valley, as that was the most important task. Moreover, if he acted prematurely, that Mahayana cultivator might not show up. The opponent had been silent until now, making Guan believe they were definitely preparing something. The gigantic sacrificial platform in the Wanji Forest looked like a target to Guan. He suspected that the Ephemera Sect would sneak attack the Supreme Sect. Not only did he have this suspicion, but the Supreme Sect also showed caution, with a Mystic Heart Realm great cultivator currently guarding the sect, and it wasn't ancestor Xian Quan. A month later, the number of patrols in the cities of the Supreme Sect increased, with a tense atmosphere permeating the sect, even affecting the servant disciples in the Third Medicine Valley and Mystic Valley. As the chief disciple of Mystic Valley, Lu Jiujia began arranging disciples to take turns guarding the mountain tops around the Medicine Valley to prevent any demon cultivators from the Ephemera sect from approaching. The Third Medicine Valley was similarly vigilant, with deacons taking turns patrolling with their disciples. On this morning, in the Third Medicine Valley, after morning exercises ended, Guan was walking towards his pavilion when he seemed to sense something, his expression changing slightly though he did not stop walking. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the sky, startling everyone in the valley, making them turn and look. From the direction of the inner sect, rolling thunderclouds appeared, sweeping towards the Third Medicine Valley, seemingly ready to cover the entire sky. What was that sound just now? Could it be an attack from the Ephemera sect? But isn't the Ephemera sect in the Taicang dynasty? Since our supreme sect ranks among the top of the 9 dynasty sects, if we were destroyed, the morale of the 9 dynasties would certainly plummet. I hope it doesn't involve our Medicine Valley. Disciples gathered and began discussing. Guan also stopped in his tracks, standing by a wooden fence at the edge of a garden, looking into the distance, observing the battle in the sect's main city. The sect's main city was the largest city of the supreme sect. Inner sect disciples could enter the city but could not reside there, only the high-ranking individuals of the supreme sect lived there. At this moment, 2 Unification Realm great cultivators were fighting in the sect's main city. As their battle progressed, more cultivators joined in, eventually forming a large-scale melee. It wasn't an attack from the Ephemera sect but rather spies from the Ephemera sect starting to act. After watching for a while, Guan realized that the troublemakers seemed to come from the same family. Lu Lingjun approached Guan and said, "Valley Master, from now on, do not leave the Medicine Valley." She also looked towards the sect's main city, eyes filled with gravitas. She had sensed the presences of at least 5 Unification Realm cultivators. Just Unification Realm cultivators weren't enough to unsettle her. She had a premonition that something extremely dreadful was about to happen. Guan nodded lightly, then continued to watch the battle. The Third Medicine Valley quickly darkened, as if night had fallen. Rumble, a deep thunderous sound echoed across the sky, making it seem as if an ancient ferocious beast was roaring in the sea of clouds, creating a deafening noise. It is time for you to show yourself. Our battle will determine the fate of the Supreme Sect. A cold, indifferent voice echoed throughout the entire Supreme Sect, making everyone who heard it feel a heavy pressure on their chest, very uncomfortable. Lu Lingjun's face changed slightly. She could confirm that the owner of this voice had a cultivation level beyond the Unification Realm. Guan saw someone walking among the clouds. That person wore a black robe, had a purple crown on their head, and 18 golden short swords floating behind them. As they walked forward with sleeves fluttering in the wind, they stirred up waves of energy, giving an imposing aura reminiscent of a dragon's presence. 5th layer of Mystic Heart Realm. This person was likely among the upper echelons of the Ephemera sect, with a cultivation level 3 layers higher than any Mystic Heart Realm great cultivator in the Supreme Sect. Meanwhile, in the inner sect city, inside the book collection hall, Elder Su Lu stood in front of the counter, watching a figure walking down the stairs from afar. He couldn't help but ask, "How confident are you?" Following his gaze, an old man with an immortal demeanor dressed in black robes came walking down the stairs, holding a horsetail whisk, his expression calm. He didn't stop, continuing down the stairs, leaving only one sentence, "I will do my best." Su Lu turned to look out the window. The rolling thunderclouds looked like a black ocean, stirring up huge waves, oppressive and horrifying. Worry appeared in his eyes. Today is the first time since reaching Mystic Heart that I combat another Mystic Heart realm. May I know your name? The old man's voice echoed throughout the entire Supreme Sect, bringing the restless cities to silence. Mystic Heart Realm? Lu Lingjun was also hearing this realm name for the first time. Above unification is Mystic Heart? Lu Lingjun's divine sense captured the figure in the clouds, her eyes filled with longing. She must reach this realm. No. She would surpass the Mystic Heart realm. I am Venerable Qi Qian of the Ephemera sect. Dying by my hand would not be in vain for one who has reached mystic heart. The earlier voice rang out again, with an arrogant tone that made the Supreme Sect cultivators worry for Ancestor Kusong. Boom, a tremendous pressure descended, covering the entire Supreme Sect. The thunderclouds in the sky churned violently, and almost all the cities lit up with protective light screens, using formations to resist the pressure from the battle in the sky. Venerable Qi Qian and Ancestor Kusong were already engaged in combat. The two fought fiercely high in the sky, not affecting the ground below, but their pressure was so immense that even the mountains between heaven and earth trembled. Lu Lingjun stared intently at the sky, not wanting to miss any details of the battle between the two Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators. Guan couldn't help glancing at her. She wouldn't gain path enlightenment from this, would she? After a while. Lu Lingjun was still deeply absorbed, while Guan turned and walked towards the valley entrance. The Ephemera sect had not only sent Venerable Qi Qian, but also an even more powerful presence. That person had already reached the entrance of the third Medicine Valley. From a distance, Guan saw a woman in white walking towards the valley entrance, wearing a bamboo hat, looking very mysterious. Her hands were placed in front of her lower abdomen, white as snow, with a dignified demeanor, as if she were a fairy descended to the mortal world. It was hard to associate her with the demon cultivators of the Ephemera sect. Fairy by Xia, 9th layer of Mystic Heart Realm 2180/4900/6500, 9th layer of Mystic Heart Realm. This truly was an attempt to flatten the Supreme Sect in one fell swoop. Guan sighed inwardly and walked quickly. Soon, he stood before Fairy by Xia, cupping his hands in salute. The Ephemera sect is causing chaos. May I ask what brings you here, senior? Fairy by Xia's bamboo hat was draped with a veil, her red lips faintly visible, likely painted with thick lipstick. This witch was very cautious, using some secret technique to make her cultivation appear at the first layer of the core formation realm. Little brother, the spiritual energy in this Medicine Valley is so abundant, your identity must not be simple. Tell me, who are you? Fairy by Xia's voice was melodious, captivating. Guan raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, saying, I am just an ordinary outer disciple of the Supreme Sect. Fairy by Xia laughed, her laughter filled with chill. She did not struggle against Gu An's grip and use sound transmission skill. It said that Sword Venerable Fudao is only active within 1,000 miles. Little brother, if you have information about Sword Venerable Fudao, I can spare your life. Guan had anticipated her using sound transmission skill, so he chose to listen to her finish. Gu An's expression turned serious. It seems you are indeed a demon cultivator. In an instant, Fairy by Xia felt a domineering and unparalleled force invade her body. Her face, hidden under the veil, turned pale with fear. She tried to shake off Gu An's hand but found she couldn't. Her wide, beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. More terrifying was that she couldn't speak or let her primordial spirit emerge. She had never experienced such a horrifying feeling. Her cultivation realm rapidly dropped, her primordial spirit being pressed deep into her soul. Her cultivation fell to the first layer of the core formation realm, matching her outward appearance. Impossible, Fairy by Xia was nearly in despair. The opponent's might and the drop in her cultivation left her utterly irrational. In her desperate gaze, Guan took out a pearl. The 1,000 Shadow Pearl given to him by L.V. Badian. With his left hand still holding Fairy by Xia's wrist, Guan pressed the 1,000 Shadow Pearl onto her abdomen with his right hand. Demon Cultivator. Take this. Guan shouted, and with a loud boom, the 1,000 Shadow Pearl burst into dazzling light. Spears of strength energy exploded, turning Fairy by Xia into a bloody corpse, covering Guan in blood. The 1,000 Shadow Pearl couldn't kill a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator. Before using the pearl, Guan had forced her soul to scatter with mana, causing instant death. His shout attracted the attention of many servant disciples. Lu Lingjun suddenly appeared in front of Guan. Seeing him covered in blood, she frowned and asked, Are you all right? Why didn't you call me just now? Guan pretended to be terrified. I thought it was an inner sect disciple. It turned out she was a demon cultivator from the Ephemera sect. Quickly destroy the body to avoid future trouble from the Ephemera sect. He was trembling as he held the 1,000 Shadow Pearl. Killing Fairy by Xia granted him an additional 495 years of lifespan, not bad. Lu Lingjun, looking at the terrified Guan, immediately cast a spell to burn Fairy by Xia's body with spiritual fire. The residual mana in Bai Xia's body aided the burning, quickly reducing the body to ashes. Lu Lingjun couldn't detect the Nirvana realm's mana. These were vastly different powers. But she could confirm that the opponent indeed had the cultivation of the first layer of the core formation realm. Watching the ashes, Guan sighed with relief, muttering, "It's a pity she didn't have a storage bag or storage ring." Lu Lingjun retorted, "You don't seem too scared, considering you look so timid. You are a golden list genius, and an initial core formation realm demon cultivator scared you like this." She began to reflect on the insights she gained from witnessing the battle earlier. She seemed to have grasped something. The Mystic Heart realm was indeed fascinating. The gap between the 9th layer of Unification realm and the Mystic Heart realm was unimaginable. She suddenly felt that only by achieving the Mystic Heart realm, one can be considered a truly powerful cultivator. Chapter 141. Sword cultivators must always be calm. Looking at Lu Lingjun falling into silence once again, Guan could feel that she had grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough. It was obvious that Lu Lingjun had been stuck at the 9th layer of the Unification realm for a long time, and her spiritual power was no longer able to grow. Guan pulled her into the valley and said, "Tell me, what is the Mystic Heart realm exactly like? It seems so powerful." Mystic Heart, could it be that there is something special about the heart in this realm? Lu Lingjun's expression changed upon hearing this. Her heart was undergoing slight changes, with a thread of special power surging inside. This thread of special power was, of course, Guan's mana. However, he used it so skillfully, and the gap between their realms was so vast, that Lu Lingjun couldn't detect it was his power. Instead, she thought she was about to undergo a transformation. This thread of mana circled inside Lu Lingjun's heart and then returned to Guan's body, giving Lu Lingjun a fleeting sense of loss. At this time, other disciples in the valley gathered around, asking about the background of the female demon cultivator from earlier. Covered in blood, Guan gave a few brief answers before going back to the pavilion to wash himself. Lu Lingjun returned to the wooden fence, looked up at the thunderclouds, and continued to watch the battle. For the third Medicine Valley, Fairy by Xia was just a small episode. Even the servant disciples didn't pay much attention, not realizing that the deceased female demon cultivator's cultivation level surpassed all others in the 9 dynasties. Apart from Guan, she had the highest cultivation. Taicang Dynasty, Wanji Forest. Flags stood along the edges of the forest, enclosing a 100-mile radius area. Trenches carved out the ground, forming a labyrinth of rune paths when seen from above. This was the Ephemera sect's foundational formation, the 6-path Mahayana array. At the center of the formation, 7 black-robed figures sat in a circle, all meditating. They were all in the Mystic Heart realm, and above the 5th layer of the Mystic Heart realm, making them the top 7 among the Ephemera sect's 100 esteemed elders. One of the elderly women opened her eyes and said, "There are signs of a Mystic Heart realm battle in the direction of the Supreme Sect. It seems Vice Sect Hierarch and Venerable Qi Qian have started their actions. I wonder if Sword Venerable Fudao will make a move." Upon hearing this, the other 6 people opened their eyes. The Supreme Sect is in grave danger. Sword Venerable Fudao will definitely make a move. They say Sword Venerable Fudao's cultivation is at least at the 8th floor of the Mystic Heart realm. I wonder if it's true. No matter what, with the Vice Sect Hierarch making a move, the Supreme Sect can only rely on Sword Venerable Fudao. We indeed underestimated the sects of this land. Though it appears barren and backward, it can call upon so many Mystic Heart realm cultivators. Having stood for thousands of years, eventually someone will reach the Mystic Heart realm. The Ephemera sect's top 7 conversed casually, speaking as if the fate of the supreme sect was already sealed. At the same time, thousands of miles away, amidst the mountains, the cultivators of the supreme sect were stationed. Disciples were monitoring each mountain peak within 1,000 miles around. In a temporary hall within the main camp, LV Badian, ancestor Xian Quan, and dozens of high-ranking members of the supreme sect gathered. And Hao and Wu Ju were also present. And Hao stood next to LV Badian, while Wu Ju stood behind Zhou Yu from the venerable pavilion. LV Badian sat there in a domineering manner, looking less like a righteous path sect leader and more like a demon lord. With a sullen face, he asked, "What does this mean? Does the Taicang sect want to be the alliance hierarch?" Ji Chen from the Ji family said helplessly, "Indeed. The number of sects from the 9 dynasties has exceeded 40, and doing things recklessly would rather entangle us. Therefore, the Taicang sect proposed to elect an alliance hierarch, and since they have dispatched 1,000,000 disciples and 4 Mystic Heart Realm supreme elders, they believe they should lead. For Mystic Heart Realms, truly terrifying. It should be known that before the Ephemera sect's disaster, the Unification Realm was the highest realm in the 9 dynasties. Little did anyone expect that when the 9 dynasties' catastrophe arrived, the Taicang sect could summon 4 Mystic Heart Realm supreme elders. Not every supporting sect sent Mystic Heart Realms. This was the dispatch array for battle. The Taicang sect no doubt had other Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators stationed, just like the Supreme sect. The Supreme sect could only send 1 Mystic Heart Realm supreme elder. Compared in strength, the Supreme sect really couldn't be compared to the Taicang sect. Ji Chen's words cast a silence over the hall. Many elders wanted to rebut but had no rebuttal. The Ji family, Zhou family, and Gu family were the 3 major families of the Taicang dynasty. But in the 9 dynasties, they might not even be in the top 3. LV Badian took a deep breath, staring hard at Ji Chen, asking, "Where is your Ji family's ancestor? When will they arrive?" Ji Chen replied, "They should arrive within these few days, but only one could be found." Just like sects, the Mystic Heart Realm cultivators within aristocratic families rarely stayed within the family, often traveling the world in search of higher fortunes. LV Badian looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu immediately said, "The elders of our family are preoccupied, but the patriarch is trying their best to persuade them. We should be able to secure 1 Mystic Heart Realm within a month." LV Badian frowned, feeling quite displeased, as one of the 4 Taicang sect's Mystic Heart Realms bore the Zhou name. He then shifted his gaze to Gu Gua from the venerable pavilion. Gu Gua, calm and composed, said, "I can't say for sure. The elders of my clan have quirky temperaments. We can't be certain how many will come, but we will definitely contribute. Our Gu family has always been duty-bound to the 9 dynasties." LV Badian chuckled. Watching this scene, and Hao was secretly amazed. It was his first encounter with the influence of the 3 major families. As strong as the sect leader was, even he had to speak politely. LV Badian was overbearing in nature but showed restraint depending on who he was dealing with. Against the Chu family, he could suppress the whole clan, but against the 3 major families, he had to be courteous. Below the Mystic Heart Realm, LV Badian was unparalleled. But due to the Ephemera sect, it was now the era of the Mystic Heart Realm. "When I become the sect leader, all families must heed my command." And Hao swore to himself. In his mind, LV Badian's troubles stemmed from not being strong enough. As long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't fear the whims of any force. Wu Ju didn't ponder so deeply, being aligned with the Zhou family. He found this meeting noisy. Without eliminating the Ephemera sect sooner, the Supreme sect's danger only increased. At this moment, an elder hurried into the hall, holding a jade scroll, and quickly said, "The sect is under attack by the Ephemera sect's Mystic Heart Realm." This statement caused an uproar, and Hao frowned, thinking of his sister and Enchanting. Wu Ju clenched his fist, thinking of Gu, and LV Badian asked, "How many Mystic Heart Realms?" 1. So far, that's the information. Then it's fine. Even if Ancestor Kusong is not a match, there's still Sword Venerable Fudao. LV Badian smiled, his words easing the tense atmosphere. A female elder couldn't help but mutter, "Will Sword Venerable Fudao really make a move?" Although Sword Venerable Fudao had helped the Supreme Sect several times, his mysterious identity still left many unsure if he indeed belonged to the Supreme Sect. Especially when the sect's safety was at stake. The Supreme Sect. Under the rolling thunderclouds, Venerable Qi Qian and Ancestor Kusong were still in fierce combat. Each wielded their magic artifacts, constantly casting spells, creating massive shockwaves that caused the thunderclouds to roil violently. At this moment, Venerable Qi Qian was filled with confusion. Why hasn't the Vice Sect Hierarch made a move yet? Although his cultivation was higher than Ancestor Kusong's, both being in the Mystic Heart realm, it was difficult to eliminate Ancestor Kusong. He also had to guard against Sword Venerable Fudao's intervention. As time passed, his confidence gradually gave way to worry. What are you waiting for? Ancestor Kusong waved his horsetail whisk, boundless spiritual power condensing into thousands of green beams, attacking Venerable Qi Qian along different trajectories, spanning miles, forcing Venerable Qi Qian to dodge. This first battle of the Mystic Heart realm was strenuous for Ancestor Kusong, but he could see that the opponent was wary of others, making it hard for him to focus on the battle. Ancestor Kusong thought of the mysterious Sword Venerable Fudao. Venerable Qi Qian didn't respond. He suddenly shifted direction, heading towards an outer gate city. Ancestor Kusong followed closely behind. On the other side, in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan changed into a fresh robe and then went downstairs to join Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun had once again entered a state of path enlightenment. Her right hand rested on the wooden railing, and seeing this, Guan also placed his hand on the railing. Even though he was in the Nirvana realm, Guan couldn't change the fate of others. But for someone like Lu Lingjun, who already had one foot in the Mystic Heart realm, he could lend a hand, helping her break through sooner. Guided by his mana, Lu Lingjun's spiritual power flowed into her heart, causing nature's spiritual energy to pour silently into her body. At this moment, Guan sensed something, looked up, and frowned, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Venerable Qi Qian was approaching the Third Medicine Valley, more precisely the Outer Gate City. Where is Sword Venerable Fudao? If you don't act soon, your comrades will die in your sect. Venerable Qi Qian's voice echoed, filled with murderous intent, reaching the ears of the million disciples of the Supreme Sect. At the edge of the heavenly repair platform, Yilan and a group of law enforcement hall disciples guarded a corner. She looked up, seeing the roiling thunderclouds, feeling a heavy pressure. She could sense Venerable Qi Qian approaching, and the oppressive aura grew stronger. She clenched the white spirit sword in her hand. Thousands of cultivators were on the heavenly repair platform, but only a few remained calm and meditative. Mad swordsman Han Ming had long since returned to the dynasty. Zhuo Lin stood beside his father, Zhuo Yijian, nervously asking, "Father, are we not leaving yet?" Zhuo Yijian held the investiture of the gods, calmly saying, "Where can we go?" "But, trust Sword Venerable Fudao." Listening to his father's words, Zhuo Lin wanted to curse, "You trust the investiture of the gods." He really wanted to tear apart the investiture of the gods in Zhuo Yijian's hands. Far in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan had already used divine sense to cover the Outer Gate City, locking onto someone. "It's decided, it will be you." Zhuo Yijian seemed to sense Zhuo Lin's anger. He turned to the next page, saying, "Son, when faced with matters, don't rush. A sword cultivator must always be composed." At that moment, the treasure sword placed beside him began to tremble violently, catching his attention. A vast sword intent leaked from the sword, causing Zhuo Yijian to be moved. "This is..." Zhuo Yijian trembled with excitement, forgetting the words he wanted to say to his son. Chapter 142 Valley Master touches your hand, is that not okay? When Zhuo Yijian trembled, Zhuo Lin also noticed the unusual movement of his treasure sword. The vast sword intent made the scabbard shake violently. Under Zhuo Lin's shocked gaze, the scabbard, along with the sword, floated up. Zhuo Yijian stood up, staring at his sword, believing he hadn't perceived it wrongly. This was Sword Venerable Fudao's sword intent. On the heavenly repair platform, more and more people felt the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao, including Yilan. She turned her head, looking far towards Zui Yijian's direction with a look of astonishment. Boom! Suddenly, the thunderclouds burst open, and the outer city instantly brightened. A violent wind descended from the sky, causing the buildings in the city to tremble. Outer disciples and servant disciples with low cultivation levels were pressed to the ground, everyone struggling to lift their heads to see. A huge hole appeared in the thunderclouds above the outer city, with a diameter reaching tens of miles. The thunderclouds failed to reform, and under the sunlight, Venerable Qi Qian and Ancestor Kusong were engaged in a fierce battle. The two were 100 zhang apart, continuously casting spells, their spells colliding and creating strong winds and intense light. The terrifying pressure twisted the city's protective light shield violently, on the verge of breaking. "Father, this is..." Zhuo Lin looked incredulously at Zui Yijian, his voice trembling. Could his father be the mysterious Sword Venerable Fudao? Others were also having the same thought, as this sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful. Even Venerable Qi Qian in the high sky felt that sword intent. His gaze turned towards Zui Yijian, locking onto him, his brow furrowed. Could this person be Sword Venerable Fudao? At this moment, Zui Yijian suddenly half-knelt, looking at his constantly quivering treasure sword, and shouted, "Please, Sword Venerable, save our sect." As his words fell, clang! The sound of the sword leaving the scabbard tore through all the noise of the world. Venerable Qi Qian jumped away abruptly, retreating to the top of the thunderclouds, distancing himself from Ancestor Kusong. He looked down at the heavenly repair platform, his 18 golden short knives gathering into a long knife before him, his expression manic with laughter, and shouted, "Sword Venerable Fudao, come out quickly. Let me see how powerful you are." This voice resounded throughout the supreme sect. He wasn't just provoking Sword Venerable Fudao, but also passing a message to the vice sect hierarch, urging him to come quickly. He was a cultivator of the 5th layer of the mystic heart realm. Even if he couldn't defeat Sword Venerable Fudao, holding him off for a while wouldn't be difficult. However, the only response was the sound of something breaking through the air. As soon as Venerable Qi Qian spoke, the treasure sword before Zui Yijian suddenly aimed at Venerable Qi Qian. The terrifying sword intent exploded instantly, sending everyone around flying away. The entire city saw a chilling light shoot out from the city, soaring to the sky, unstoppable. In his backward motion, Zhuo Lin saw the chilling light cleaving through the sea of thunderclouds in the sky, as if splitting the heavens in half, shocking his eyes. Venerable Qi Qian was also frightened by the sudden attacking treasure sword. That was fast. Unable to dodge in time, he instinctively raised the long knife in his hand, but he couldn't bring up the knife faster than the speed at which the treasure sword was coming. With a boom, the long knife in his hand shattered. As the sword tip neared him, the horrifying sword chi of the Taicang Divine shocking sword erupted abruptly, crushing his flesh. With one sweep of the sword, Venerable Qi Qian's figure vanished. Where the sword passed, the sea of clouds split, leaving a grand and unparalleled sword chi mark in the sky. A renowned great cultivator of the mystic heart realm couldn't even escape with his primordial spirit, not to mention using his mystic heart divine power. The gap was too vast. Venerable Qi Qian had no power to resist. Ancestor Kusong, suspended high in the sky, his robes fluttering and white hair blowing, looked at the direction where the sword chi went. This supreme elder was dumbfounded, unable to stay calm. Having fought with Venerable Qi Qian, he deeply understood the terror of this demon cultivator, feeling an unfathomable depth. Such a powerful existence was killed by Sword Venerable Fudao with one slash. From beginning to end, Sword Venerable Fudao never showed up. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came again, and the treasure sword flew back from the horizon, drawing a perfect arc in the sky, finally falling into the heavenly repair platform. Clang! The sword blade plunged into the platform, sparks flying, the sword body shaking violently, creating afterimages. Laying on the ground, Zui Yijian looked at his treasure sword, unable to close his mouth. The entire city was silent. Far away in the third medicine valley, Gu An's lips curled up, the lifespan-stealing prompt appearing before his eyes, proving Venerable Qi Qian was indeed dead. Guan turned his head towards the main city of the sect, where the battle was still ongoing, but he had no intention to intervene. He had already acted twice today, one more, thrice makes it noteworthy. The Supreme Sect also needed its tribulation crossing. Soon, thunderous cheers erupted in the outer city, even the servant disciples in the third medicine valley could hear it. Though they couldn't make out what was being shouted, they were all very nervous. Guan stayed beside Lu Lingjun, fearing other disciples would interrupt her path enlightenment. In the outer city, more and more people rushed up to the heavenly repair platform. Ancestor Kusong descended from the sky, falling in the center of the crowd, right in front of Zhuai Yijin. At this moment, Zhuai Yijin was tightly gripping his sword, unwilling to sheath it, let alone hand it over to anyone. "Junior, can you let me see this sword?" Ancestor Kusong smiled warmly as he asked. Zhuai Yijin looked at him as if guarding against a thief, not agreeing. "Wait, the sword intent below us is strengthening." A sudden cry from an old man made everyone look down, seeing the flowing sword intent in the characters of Righteous Path. Just now, as the sword fell, Gu An's sword intent had passed into these two characters, enhancing the sword intent within, amplifying sword Venerable Fudeo's deterrence. Ancestor Kusong turned and looked at the two words of Righteous Path, feeling the flowing sword intent within. He slowly closed his eyes. Zhuai Yijin turned to leave, retreating, sending a message to Zhuolin, saying, "Liner, go retrieve my investiture of the gods." Far away, Yilan stood at the edge of the heavenly repair platform, surrounded by disciples of the Hall of Law Enforcement who discussed the power of sword Venerable Fudao excitedly. She, however, thought of Guan. With such a powerful backing, her senior brother should be very safe, right? The sun set and the moon rose, and after the moonset, a new day dawned. After a full day and night, the battle in the main city of the sect finally came to an end. In the morning, after morning exercises, Guan and Xiaochuan guarded Lu Lingjun on either side. Leaning against the wooden fence, Xiaochuan stood 5 steps away from Lu Lingjun, curiously asking, "Senior brother, what is she doing?" Lu Lingjun's anomaly had been noticed by all disciples. Guan forbade anyone from disturbing her, thus she managed to stay undisturbed for an entire night. Guan speculated, she might be practicing some kind of miracle skill. She's a great cultivator, her realm is beyond our guessing. What kind of cultivation technique can keep her motionless all night? Xiaochuan asked, puzzled. It's not a cultivation technique, it's just that I've understood. Lu Lingjun suddenly said. Xiaochuan was stunned, taking a few steps back. Lu Lingjun didn't look at him but glanced at Guan. Guan also stepped back, signaling Xiaochuan with his eyes, and Xiaochuan immediately slipped away. Guan concernedly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you for staying by my side." Lu Lingjun replied calmly. Guan pretended to be relieved, then said, "You should rest, standing for a day must be tiring." I suddenly remembered, did you hold my hand when we returned yesterday? Lu Lingjun stepped forward and asked. She had been immersed in the recollection of her path enlightenment and hadn't shrugged off Gu An's hand, which seemed absurd to her on reflection. Guan coughed awkwardly, saying, "I was scared at the time, don't mind it. I've never had a man hold my hand before." Lu Lingjun said, staring at Guan. "Haha. Do you think I believe that? Living for 2,000 years, trying to play ghost stories with me?" Gu An's face turned stern, he said seriously, "What? The Valley Master can't feel your hand?" He had saved her 100 years of detours, what was holding her hand worth? Lu Lingjun smiled, her smile carrying deeper implications. She said, "All right, from now on, you are mine then." She didn't wait for Gu An's reply and turned to leave. Guan froze briefly, quickly catching up, saying, "Ms. Lu, I was joking, don't take it to heart. After a while, I will talk to the sect leader and have him transfer you out." Too late. Lu Lingjun pushed Guan aside, continuing forward. Guan said to himself, this was bad, he got tricked. By the way, I plan to cross the tribulation above the Medicine Valley, what do you think? Lu Lingjun's voice trailed as she stopped and faced away from Guan. Guan frowned, asking, crossing the tribulation requires a lot of preparation. Why not wait for the sect leader to return? I'll ask him to take you to the tribulation area. I can't wait. With your strong ties in the Supreme Sect, if anyone comes, you speak for me. Don't worry, I won't affect the medicinal herbs in the valley. With that, she leapt up, flying thousands of feet high. A green lotus flew out from her sleeve, rapidly expanding. She stepped into the lotus and sat down. This scene made the servant disciples exclaim. Xiaochuan approached Guan again, asking what Lu Lingjun was doing. Guan looked up at Lu Lingjun, replying, she's going to cross the tribulation. As he watched, Lu Lingjun kept waving her hands, and one magic artifact after another flew out, quickly forming circle after circle of formations around her. He suddenly became interested, wanting to see how terrifying a heavenly tribulation in the mystic heart realm was. Crossing the tribulation? Xiaochuan was stunned, his gaze shifting to the sky where Lu Lingjun was. In the Wanji forest, within the Six Paths Mahayana array. A group of 7 figures suddenly saw a black flame appear among them, startling them to their feet, who then bowed. Greetings, sect hierarch. The 7 figures said in unison, drawing the attention of the cult followers arranging the offerings nearby. The offerings were all living people, each stuck with talisman paper, unable to move. The place where they stood was encircled by formations, their faces filled with terror, some even fainted from fear. Where is the vice sect hierarch? A tired voice came from within the black flame, belonging to Butcher Immortal Jing, the ephemera sect hierarch. An old man wearing a mask replied, he hasn't returned yet, but the attack on the Supreme Sect has already failed. We lost 70% of our spies in the Supreme Sect. According to the messages we received, Venerable Qi Qian was killed by Sword Venerable Fudao with one strike. But the vice sect hierarch has not shown up, it's unclear where he went. His tone grew heavy when mentioning this. Chapter 143. Are you really Panon? The masked elder's voice fell, and the floating black flame halted. The other 6 all lowered their heads, their expressions fluctuating between dark and light. After the battle with the Supreme Sect, their dread of the Sword Venerable Fudao reached a new height. The masked elder continued, during this period, the main branch's losses have amounted to 20% of the congregation, among them 17 cultivators of the unification realm. We cannot determine the life or death of the vice sect hierarch. Do you have any way to ascertain this, sect leader? Upon hearing this, Butcher Immortal Jing's voice came from within the black flame, the vice sect hierarch is unrestrained. Even I do not know her whereabouts, but she cannot be dead. Unless a Mahayana cultivator is born in the 9 dynasties land, and even if there were one, to kill her would be no small feat. Have you felt the suppressive aura surpassing the mystic heart realm? The masked elder replied, no, but the sudden disappearance of the vice sect hierarch makes me have to consider it seriously. Rest assured, she is perhaps entangled in some matter, not dead without a trace. Moreover, I have already cast a spell on myself, no route for return. Continue finding sacrifices, the more the better. I need to glance at the heavenly destiny in one fell swoop. The voice of Butcher Immortal Jing rang out, and 7 figures replied in unison. Qintang Dynasty, 3 Pure Ones Mountain. This sect, honored by the dynasty as a land of immortals, was hidden within a lake, with majestic peaks only faintly visible like a mirage. Under an old tree, Leah sat cross-legged, facing away from the cliff. The North Sea heavy sword stood beside him as he propped his hands on his knees, his eyes fixed on the chessboard on the ground, showing a troubled expression. He groaned, unable to help but rub his scalp. At this moment, a soul body descended from the old tree. It was the soul of the ancestor of the Li family, looking even more solid than before. Ha ha ha, boy, I told you long ago, the assessment of 3 Pure Ones Mountain is extremely difficult and requires innate wisdom. Your comprehension is still insufficient, far from mine. In those days, I solved the chess puzzle in only 3 years, but judging by your look, you might not succeed even in 10 years, the ancestor of the Li family said gleefully. Leah glared and cursed. What kind of ancestor are you, hoping your descendants are inferior to you? I don't believe I'm truly worse than you. The ancestor of the Li family chuckled. My master predicted that the Li family would produce a person of heavenly destiny to help me overcome tribulations. I thought it was you, but now it seems it might be someone else. Child, why not give up cultivation, go down the mountain, get married, and give birth to the person of heavenly destiny as soon as possible? Leah, furious, immediately stood up and drew the North Sea heavy sword, ready to strike at the ancestor. What are you two arguing about again? An elderly voice came. Leah turned his head, seeing a figure emerging from the mist. It was an elderly Taoist in a green robe, with white hair yet youthful features, holding a horsetail whisk that seemed to carry threads of cloud, full of celestial air. He quickly saluted, disciple greets martial master. The ancestor of the Li family also saluted the green-robed Taoist, greetings, master. This green-robed Taoist was known as Taoist Tian Shu, with an ethereal and immortal bearing, like a true immortal of the mortal world. Taoist Tian Shu landed on the cliff, smiling. Who says the person of heavenly destiny hasn't been born? I calculated before, and the Li family's chief fortune has shown signs of soaring, indicating that the person of heavenly destiny has already been born. The ancestor of the Li family chuckled. I was just teasing this boy. He's arrogant and needs to temper his spirit, or else hell caused trouble for me after descending the mountain. Taoist Tian Shu waved the horsetail whisk, causing the chessboard on the ground to turn to ashes, vanishing into smoke. Leah frowned and asked, Martial Master, what are you doing? He felt anxious inside. Could it be that even the martial master thought he had no innate wisdom? Taoist Tian Shu smiled. The great calamity of the 9 dynasties is descending, and the tribulation is ever more dangerous, possibly endangering 3 Pure Ones Mountain itself. Thus, I cannot continue to test you. All 3 branches of 3 Pure Ones Mountain must descend the mountain to save the world. Before leaving, I will teach you a divine skill to protect the mountain. If 3 Pure Ones Mountain perishes, I hope you can pass on the 3 Pure Ones Taoist tradition. Descend the mountain. Leah and the ancestor of the Li family's expressions changed simultaneously. Please teach me, martial master, I also want to join the fight. Leah immediately said. Taoist Tian Shu shook his head. Your cultivation level is too low to affect this tribulation. If we fail, there are others in the mountain who will take you away from the land of the 9 dynasties to live in another world far away. This continent belongs to the demon clan. Our sect standing here for so many years has already reached the heavenly destinies year. He stroked his beard and smiled, looking like one who has seen through worldly matters, without a trace of worry on his face. But, no buts, be obedient. Leah hesitated, his face full of inner struggle. Taoist Tian Shu smiled and asked, do you have someone you can't let go of? The ancestor of the Li family teased, he's concerned about his junior brother Gu. Taoist Tian Shu, upon hearing this, gently said, in life, being able to control your destiny is transcendence. Human actions determine fate, do not force it. Leah remained silent. Supreme Sect, 3rd Medicine Valley. The world was dim, and disciples gathered in the valley, looking up at the spectacular sight in the sky, Guan among them. They saw bolts of heavenly lightning crashing down, all intertwining at a single point where Lu Lingjun had set up a formation. Golden lightning resembling dragons fell, causing the formation to burst forth with rainbow light, sweeping across the sky with great momentum. At a distance, on the mountain peak surrounding the 3rd Medicine Valley, many Supreme Sect cultivators stood, ranging from cultivators to elders, with their cultivation levels at least at the core formation realm, watching Lu Lingjun's lightning tribulation and discussing. The range of the lightning tribulation extended over 100 miles, with red light emanating from the thundercloud region, looking like a heavenly eye. In front of this heavenly eye, the third medicine valley seemed insignificant. Fortunately, the heavenly lightning focused solely on Lu Lingjun, otherwise the valley would have faced catastrophic destruction. Gu Zong stood beside Guan, sighing, the mystic heart realm is indeed ineffable. Just witnessing the tribulation fills me with endless thoughts. Lu Lingjun's tribulation had lasted 3 days, with the divine might being most terrifying yesterday but weakening today. Even so, each bolt of heavenly lightning now could still kill a unification realm cultivator. Looking up, one could see unification realm great cultivators guarding each direction in the sky. Knowing that Lu Lingjun was an inner sect elder, the supreme sect rejoiced, even assisting in setting up the formation. Whenever the formation was about to disintegrate, the unification realm elders would step in, using their spiritual power to maintain it. This demonstrated the unity of the supreme sect to Guan. Some doubted Lu Lingjun's identity, until Gu Zong said that even if she were a demon cultivator, succeeding in the breakthrough, she would not be a match for the sword Venerable Fudao. These words dispelled all worries. Guan also sighed, I never expected that among the servant disciples the sect leader casually assigned me, there could be one with such formidable cultivation. I truly am thrice fortunate. Gu Zong laughed, perhaps you possess the great fortune of energy movement, capable of writing the investiture of the gods. In the unseen, maybe you are a reincarnated great power, recalling events of your previous life. Guan rolled his eyes at him. Truly imaginative. I indeed have a past life. In my past life, I am a descendant of Yan and Huang. Gu Zong's words were just for humor, but he was also very curious about how such a powerful mystic heart realm cultivator could emerge from Gu An's Medicine Valley. Lu Lingjun finally broke free from their compliments and flew towards the Medicine Valley, coincidentally seeing Guan being pestered by Shenzhen. Upon seeing Lu Lingjun descend, Shenzhen immediately stored her painting paper into her storage bag. Lu Lingjun landed in front of them, looking at Shenzhen, were you painting my tribulation crossing earlier? Guan quickly said, this is the holy daughter of the Dao Tian sect, Shenzhen. She meant no offense, she was in awe of your strength. The emphasis was on the Dao Tian sect. Seeing Shenzhen standing close to Guan, Lu Lingjun frowned and said, Ms. Shen, please maintain a gentleman's distance from Guan in the future. Shenzhen asked in surprise, why? Could it be a great cultivator like you has? Lu Lingjun did not answer, just quietly looked at her. Haven't you heard of the name Guan? Shenzhen asked curiously. Guan immediately said, it's all your fault, writing that lousy book in my name, tarnishing my reputation. Lu Lingjun had already read the Supreme Secret records and suspected him, so he spoke first to clarify. Shenzhen wasn't angry, laughing, tarnishing your reputation? Didn't you benefit from it? Lu Lingjun's gaze towards Guan turned peculiar, sensing she was criticizing his greed. At this moment, Shenzhen added, Senior, Guan is not simple. He is the author of the investiture of the gods, Panan. You should keep him in check, as there are many women who admire him. After speaking, she saluted Lu Lingjun and turned to leave. Guan sensed trouble. Lu Lingjun did not pay attention to Shenzhen, but instead looked intently at Guan, asking, are you really Panan? Chapter 144 Prepare for the arrival of the immortal. Guan spent quite a while dealing with Lu Lingjun before sending her away. Of course, another reason was that Lu Lingjun also needed time to adapt to the mystic heart realm. He felt uneasy, knowing that Lu Lingjun, who knew his true identity as Panan, might entangle him even more. He remembered that Lu Lingjun loved reading Investiture of the Gods when she had nothing else to do. In the days that followed, Lu Lingjun's name spread throughout the Supreme Sect, invigorating all the disciples. The 3 words, Mystic Heart Realm, were enough to boost the morale of the entire sect. The news quickly reached the Taicang dynasty. All the cultivators in the Supreme Sect's main stronghold were very excited upon hearing this. During this time, they deeply realized the terror of the Mystic Heart Realm. It was no exaggeration to say that the only factor determining the outcome of the battlefield now was the Mystic Heart Realm. No matter how many Unification Realm cultivators there were, they couldn't match up to the Mystic Heart Realm. LV Badian was very pleased, explaining that he had personally recruited Lu Lingjun into the Supreme Sect. This also reassured those higher-ups who felt unfamiliar with Lu Lingjun. A mysterious great cultivator of Mystic Heart Realms suddenly appearing, especially at this critical moment, naturally aroused suspicion among the authorities. They began to request LV Badian to summon Lu Lingjun to join the battle. Solely relying on ancestor Xian Quan was too weak an involvement for the Supreme Sect in this war. Within the Nine Dynasties alliance, they hardly had any significant voice. It was an incredible humiliation for the Supreme Sect, which had just held a Golden List competition. LV Badian temporarily suppressed these requests, wanting to leave Lu Lingjun time to consolidate her cultivation level. Later, under the leadership of the Zhangtian sect, the Nine Dynasties sects occasionally launched attacks on Wanji Forest. Great cultivators charged in, middle-level cultivators tried to rescue captured prisoners, and lower-level cultivators handled supply and logistics tasks. No matter how hard the Nine Dynasties sects tried to break through, they could not penetrate the Mahayana array of the Ephemera sect. News kept spreading, making more and more people in the world realize that the great calamity of the Nine Dynasties had arrived, a crisis that concerned all of humanity. Autumn arrived. Lu Lingjun had been in seclusion for a month, and during this time, Guan did not disturb her. Guan still traveled back and forth to various medicine valleys. Now, Ninshu Cave had also entered a smooth track, and Tian Yaoer did things more and more to his satisfaction. He hadn't gone to Ninshu Cave for 6 days. On this day, Gu Zong came to visit Guan. He asked Guan to convey to Lu Lingjun that she should head to Wanji Forest to provide support as soon as she came out of seclusion. Guan agreed. The battlefield in Wanji Forest was becoming even more severe. Using his divine sense, Guan saw that Wanji Forest was still in the midst of a great battle. Tens of thousands of cultivators were arrayed in every direction, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the entire Taicang Dynasty's spiritual energy to surge toward Wanji Forest. It was extremely tragic. Guan watched for a while before withdrawing his divine sense. The number of sacrificial offerings continued to increase, most likely prepared for that Mahayana cultivator. The death of Fairy by Xia didn't seem to have affected that Mahayana cultivator's plan. Guan continued his inspection of the third medicine valley. Until evening, Lu Lingjun walked out of her courtyard and came to the pavilion to visit Guan. Guan conveyed Gu Zong's request. It was up to Lu Lingjun to decide whether to go or not. As a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator, no one could control her. I heard about it earlier. I will depart shortly. Lu Lingjun nodded, her expression cold and aloof, perhaps revealing her true self. She was the strongest cultivator in the lower realm. No longer hiding her cultivation, she didn't disguise her nature anymore either. Guan looked at her, wondering why she hadn't left yet. Lu Lingjun stared at him and said, I can sense many Mystic Heart Realm auras in Wanji Forest, and there's even one that makes my heart palpitate. This journey likely holds great danger. Her eyes were beautiful yet deeply profound from years of experience, fixing on Guan in a way that made him inexplicably guilty. Guan responded, do what you can. If you can't turn the tide, then protect yourself. Lu Lingjun smiled and said, naturally, I won't sacrifice myself for the Supreme Sect. However, I am about to join such a dangerous war. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Guan cleared his throat and said seriously, Ms. Lu, the previous time I held your hand was unintentional. Don't overthink it. As for matters of love, they can't be decided lightly. Two people need mutual affection to commit for life, not just a brief touch. And, to be honest with you, I didn't write Investiture of the Gods. I just heard it from a Taoist named Su Zhonglin. Lu Lingjun laughed and said, if it was really someone else, how could you bask in this false reputation for decades? Guan was at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say the original author wasn't from this world. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you wrote Investiture of the Gods. After being with you for so many years, I know your nature is indeed good. Although greedy, it was always consensual. You always treat people politely, neither humble to those above nor arrogant to those below, Lu Lingjun began to praise Guan, making him feel a bit euphoric. Was I really this good? Lu Lingjun turned her tone and said, "You are excellent in every aspect except your cultivation level. If you want to be my Taoist friend, first cultivate to the void-crossing realm. Before that, I will keep an eye on you. Once you reach the void-crossing realm, I have an untested cultivation technique we can practice together." Practice together? Guan suddenly thought of some scenes in the Supreme Secret Records, and a surge of heat rose in his heart. Something's off. Trying to destroy my Taoist heart? Guan looked at Lu Lingjun again, feeling that her smile was so sinister. A 2,000-year-old woman wanting to lure this 70-year-old youngster? Then you better give up. I won't reach the void-crossing realm for the rest of my life, Guan said seriously. Lu Lingjun smiled, then stood up. She placed her right hand on the table, leaving a ring set with red jade, and said, "This is the double heart ring. Refine it, and I can detect if you're in danger and might save your life." Without waiting for Guan to respond, she disappeared from the room. Guan looked at the double heart ring on the table, silent. He couldn't help but glance at the Qinghong sword also on the table, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Damn heavenly Tao, why arrange for one woman after another to like him? Afraid he'll keep hiding? One night passed. The next day at noon, Guan arrived at Tianya Valley. He found only Luo Han left in the valley. He found Luo Han and asked where Lv Xian and Yi Luyun had gone. They followed His Majesty on a campaign to the Taicang dynasty. His Majesty said that since the world is in trouble, as an emperor, he must contribute, Luo Han replied, his face full of admiration. Had Li Xiandao not left him to guard the valley, he too would have wanted to join the battle. Guan didn't expect Li Xiandao to have such a sense of duty. He didn't comment much, just nodded, then turned and walked toward the park. So, Guan waited for another half a month. He stood at the window of the Mystic Valley Pavilion, using his divine sense to look at Wanji Forest. Lu Lingjun was fighting a Mystic Heart Realm cultivator, with several others battling nearby. The mountainous area within 1,000 miles had become a wasteland, covered in dust. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere, a shocking sight. That Mahayana cultivator still hadn't shown up. Guan couldn't believe it. Could he really keep hiding forever? If that mysterious sacrificial array started and the enemy still hadn't appeared, he would have to act to prevent the 9 dynasties' cultivators from being entirely wiped out. After all, there was still a demonic calamity to deal with later. Guan looked towards the 9 Nether Road, which had already become the territory of the Ephemera sect. Within 1,000 miles, ephemera flowers could be seen everywhere. Once the Ephemera sect's hierarch was dealt with, those flowers could be harvested. This time, the Ephemera sect must be eradicated to prevent any future resurgence. Wanji Forest, within the Mahayana array. 7 authorities of the Ephemera sect opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes fierce. The masked elder at the lead spoke first. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auspicious time has come. Prepare to activate the formation and welcome the hierarch." He stood up, and the other 6 followed suit. "Finally, we've waited long enough. Rumor has it Taicang harbors a divine beast, Qin Snake. Who knows if this sacrifice will attract it? Such an ethereal legend, so many have died, yet Qin Snake has never appeared. Speaking of which, the sword Venerable Fudao hasn't shown up. I'm somewhat relieved, it seems he is wary of us. He guards the Supreme Sect only because it threatens him. Even without us, the 9 dynasties would face extermination. Great cultivators like him pursue longevity. To live long, one must avoid peril, naturally not subjecting themselves to danger." Their tone was relaxed, feeling confident that their plot was about to succeed. Then, they each stepped back and began casting spells. Rumble, the ground beneath them split apart, and massive tree roots broke through the earth. They stepped on the roots and rose into the air, distancing themselves from the ground. Meanwhile, all the great cultivators fighting in the distance sensed an ominous aura. LV Badian turned and looked, his brows furrowed. He muttered 3 words, ephemeral tree. This ephemeral tree was far more terrifying than the one on 9 Nether Road. The aura, as if from the 9 Nether world, struck fear into everyone's hearts. On the ground, countless human prisoners stared in horror at the colossal tree rising, dwarfed even by its leaves. Thousands of miles away, Lu Lingjun, wielding dual swords and surrounded by a golden sash like a coiling dragon, turned her head to see the silhouette of the origin tree of ephemera on the horizon. A small snake emerged from her coiffure, flicking its tongue. What a terrifying aura. This is no joke. Having fought this long, we've repaid our debts, it's time to flee. This little snake was none other than the White Spirit Demon Emperor who had ascended with her, bearing Unification Realm 8th floor cultivation. Hundreds of feet away, a Mystic Heart Realm great cultivator of the ephemera sect, trapped by Lu Lingjun's formation, laughed maniacally while resisting, thinking of fleeing? It's too late. Prepare to welcome the immortal. Immortal? Lu Lingjun frowned, and the White Spirit Demon Emperor was also startled. Looking at the great cultivator, it asked, if you had an immortal, wouldn't you have conquered the 9 dynasties long ago? The great cultivator kept a smile without explaining and began to break the formation with all his might. Elsewhere, Mystic Heart Realm cultivators also paused their battles. The 9 dynasties cultivators looked in horror at the origin tree of ephemera, while the ephemera sect members grew excited, confident of their victory. Chapter 145. Take it to save all beings. The origin tree of ephemera broke through the earth, spreading its immense and dense branches. Countless leaves quickly sprouted, covering the entire Wanji forest, spanning thousands of miles. Its trunk was as towering as a giant mountain. A horrifying human face emerged from the trunk of the origin tree of ephemera, with only the facial features visible. It wore a greedy and cruel smile, making the countless captives below tremble with fear. At this moment, countless people fainted from fright. They all had talisman papers stuck to them, preventing them from speaking, amplifying their inner terror to the extreme. Upon seeing the human face growing from the origin tree of ephemera, the great cultivators of the 9 dynasties went mad. Everyone, we have nowhere left to retreat. Think about your children and grandchildren. If we lose today, there will be no place left for the human race on this land. A domineering voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, like thunderclaps, deafening the ears. As the voice fell, a dazzling golden light erupted from the horizon, speeding forward with unstoppable momentum. 4 Mystic Heart Realm cultivators from the ephemera sect appeared out of thin air, casting spells in unison, trying to intercept the golden light. However, just as the 2 sides were about to collide, the golden light burst forth with thousands of beams, continuing its deadly trajectory. A majestic green river surged from behind. On its head stood a man in a black robe, holding a Zen stick, with boundless spiritual power, stirring up waves of wind. From other directions, great cultivators also charged forward, each using their divine skills, creating a magnificent spectacle. On the side of the 9 dynasties, all Mystic Heart Realm cultivators launched a full-scale assault, vowing to reach the origin tree of ephemera. LV Badian raised the great flag he held high, and the 100,000 inner sect disciples below revealed their magical artifacts in unison. They quickly moved, changing formations, and lines of spiritual power dragons soared into the sky. There were fire dragons and ice dragons, intertwining and roaring, shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Lingjun rode a white python, cruising through the sky. She released the treasure sword in her hands and took out a great bow, drawing the bowstring to a full circle, gathering spiritual power into an arrow. Nature's spiritual energy surged toward this arrow, condensing together and greatly enhancing its aura. The right hand pulling the bowstring emitted a dazzling light. In another direction, Daoist Tianshu from the 3 Pure Ones mountain led dozens of Taoists, flying towards Wanji Forest. A battle far surpassing any before erupted. Boom! In Mystic Valley, Guan stood atop a mountain, hearing the distant rumble. Beside him, Chu Jingfeng was highly agitated, unable to stay calm. This commotion, Chu Jingfeng frowned, sensing the sound coming from afar. It reminded him of Wanji Forest of the Taicang dynasty. The Battle of Wanji Forest had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world, and those servant disciples who had wandered through the outer sect always talked about it when they returned. The battle had already been ongoing for a long time, and now, with such a sudden and terrifying outbreak, it was hard to imagine what was happening. Rolling dark clouds began to appear in the sky, coming aggressively to cover the heavens. Guan looked into the distance and softly said, "The fate of the 9 dynasties is at stake. Unfortunately, we can do nothing but pray that the heavens stand on the side of the righteous path." Chu Jingfeng took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, what level must one reach to save all living beings single-handedly?" Guan glanced at him and smiled. "Why, do you have such an ideal?" Sword Venerable Fudao has repeatedly saved the Supreme Sect single-handedly. As a sword cultivator, he is naturally who I aspire to become. But the longer I cultivate, the more I feel my talent and comprehension are mediocre, Chu Jingfeng said, looking into the distance, his eyes becoming lost. Guan smiled. "If you realize that, you must diligently practice the Taoist expansion skill I taught you. Although this technique comes from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, I haven't mastered it either, but I believe you can. I hope you can see the mortal world 1,000 years from now for me." Chu Jingfeng looked at him and frowned, asking, "Why do you always encourage me not to give up hope, yet you yourself give up easily?" Guan turned around, patted his shoulder, said nothing, and walked down the mountain. Chu Jingfeng couldn't help but chase after him, asking, "Where are you going?" "If tomorrow is the end of the world, I want to be with my dearest medicinal herbs." Guan left this statement and then disappeared into the woods. Chu Jingfeng was stunned for a moment, revealing a bitter smile. Compared to him, I'm just troubling myself, Chu Jingfeng thought silently, then looked back at the horizon. At that moment, a gust of wind blew from the horizon, moving his robes and causing him to squint his eyes. The wind had risen. After circling Mystic Valley, Guan returned to the pavilion, closed the door, activated the restriction in the house, and then directed his divine sense towards Wanji Forest. He could sense spatial fluctuations inside the origin tree of ephemera. These fluctuations were very subtle. He could detect them because he felt an unfamiliar aura inside the origin tree of ephemera. Mahayana Realm. Guan had been in the Mahayana realm for many years and was very familiar with its aura. Finally, it was coming. At that moment, Guan felt someone calling him again. He carefully sensed it. It was Sage Xian Miao again. This guy never learns a lesson. Far away in the North Sea mountain, Sage Xian Miao arrived in the forest where he had met the mountain god before. He knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing. For a long time. Sage Xian Miao couldn't remember how many kowtows he had done. When the mountain god's voice reached his ears, his body stiffened involuntarily. "Hey, kid, what trouble do you want to give me now? Do you have so many treasures to offer me?" Sage Xian Miao looked up, seeing the mountain god squatting on a tree branch, tilting his head to look at him. He quickly said, "The land of the 9 dynasties is about to face a catastrophic disaster. When the people of the 9 dynasties die out and demons invade, no one will be left to worship you. Who said only humans can worship me, and who told you I only protect the human race?" Facing the mountain god's inquiry, Sage Xian Miao was stunned, suddenly not knowing how to respond. Guan said, "It's not that I can't help, but what? What do you want?" Sage Xian Miao asked urgently, his expression very excited. Guan's tone suddenly became icy. "I want you to be my slave forever, guard my Taoist temple, and never gain freedom." Upon hearing this, Sage Xian Miao's face changed dramatically, falling into silence. Guan had come to kill the Mahayana realm cultivators of the ephemera sect in the guise of the mountain god. Originally, he wanted to use the identity of Sword Venerable Fudao, but he feared that it would bring endless karma to the supreme sect, so he decided to act as the mountain god. After all, this time was different. The cultivation level of that Mahayana realm cultivator was already approaching the 9 layers of the Mahayana realm, with an immense aura that was far beyond what Guan's previous opponents could match. Killing such a powerful adversary would have significant repercussions. The mountain god was ethereal and enigmatic. Even if the ephemera sect had backing, they would have to think twice. Guan didn't want to get caught in an endless cycle of trouble. Sword Venerable Fudao protected the supreme sect, while the mountain god guarded the 9 dynasties. And accepting Sage Xian Miao as a servant was both to punish him and to have him help create a medicine garden. Sage Xian Miao had the second best talent on the golden list, and his strength was sufficient to guard the medicine garden. After a moment of struggle, Sage Xian Miao gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I willingly become a slave to the mountain god, as long as the mountain god saves all living beings." Guan waved his sleeve, and a wooden figurine fell into Sage Xian Miao's hands. This wooden figurine was carved to resemble Guan in the guise of the mountain god. Sage Xian Miao picked it up, looking at it, and found Guan had vanished. "Take it to save all living beings." Gu An's voice echoed in the forest, and Sage Xian Miao's cultivation began to restore, bringing a look of joy to his face. Path of Returning Primordial Spirit, Unleash. Sage Xian Miao immediately got up and rushed toward Wanji Forest at full speed, bursting into the speed of the Divinity Transformation Realm, disappearing on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions erupted from all directions around the Mahayana array. 7 of the ephemera sect stood before the origin tree of ephemera, standing shoulder to shoulder, half kneeling in the air. Following their gaze, a black crack appeared on the forehead of the human face on the ephemera tree, with black flames surging, as if something terrifying was about to step out. Looking down, at the feet of the captives on the ground, the runic marks emitted a blood-red light, densely packed, forming a beautiful yet tragic array of light. The Mahayana array was activating. The formation's terrifying pressure stimulated the hearts of the 9 dynasties' cultivators on the edge of Wanji Forest. The cultivators of the 9 dynasties had gone mad, charging forward relentlessly, with cultivators falling to death every moment. Lu Lingjun fought fiercely, but she could never break through the defensive line formed by dozens of Mystic Heart Realm great cultivators. The heavens darkened, thunderclouds rolled, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. A giant claw suddenly stretched out from the thunderclouds, grasping the branches of the origin tree of ephemera, trying to uproot it. The tree trembled violently in response. Insolence! The 7 of the ephemera sect shouted in unison, attacking together. Their divine skills exploded, forcing the giant claw back. Immediately afterward, a colossal red snake descended from the sky. This red snake had double claws and a human-like face. From a distance, it looked like a woman's face covered in rouge, with disheveled hair, appearing terrifying in the darkened world. The snake's body was hundreds of feet thick, and its length unknown. "It's our Taicang's divine beast, Qin Snake." A cultivator shouted in surprise, greatly boosting the morale of the 9 dynasties' cultivators. Qin Snake's aura was ancient and vast, far exceeding the usual Mystic Heart Realm. Its appearance brought strong hope to the 9 dynasties. Qin Snake opened its bloody mouth, spewing molten lava like a torrent, sweeping towards the ephemera tree. At that moment, a blood-red light shot out from the black crack on the forehead of the human face on the ephemera tree, overpowering the rolling lava, crossing hundreds of miles, piercing through Qin Snake's throat. Scalding blood sprayed, echoing like the roar of an elephant throughout the heavens. Qin Snake fell, raising thousands of feet of dust, causing the ground to shake violently. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing the Mystic Heart Realm, enveloped the entire Taicang dynasty. An ancient species dares to call itself a divine beast? Butcher Immortal Jing's icy voice resounded, filled with murderous intent, as if it came from the demon god of 9 Nether. Anyone who heard his voice felt their hearts turn cold. Lu Lingjun, who was fighting, turned to look and was shocked, her eyes full of disbelief. Facing this pressure, her spiritual power felt suppressed. The other side's level was undoubtedly higher than the Mystic Heart Realm. The ephemera sect's immortal has descended. Why do you still not kneel, waiting to receive the favor of the ephemera immortal? an ephemera sect great cultivator laughed maniacally. The mystic heart realm great cultivators from the 9 dynasties paid no heed to his provocation. They all looked at the origin tree of ephemera in terror. Chapter 146 Heaven opens its eyes. The power of heaven and earth. What realm is this? Under the thundering clouds, LV Badian stood on his magic artifact, filled with fear as he gazed at the origin tree of ephemera, murmuring to himself. Even he, at the 9th layer of the unification realm, felt this way, not to mention those with a lower cultivation level. The supreme sect disciples below felt as if they were being crushed by 1,000 weights. They began to descend, forcing their formation to break. What are we facing? Impossible. Impossible. Could the ephemera sect truly have an immortal? What should we do? Is there really no hope? We still have the sword Venerable Fudao. If he arrives, there might be a glimmer of hope. While the disciples of the supreme sect clung to a sliver of hope, the other sects had plunged into utter despair. Daoist Tian Shu from the 3 Pure Ones mountain stared at the origin tree of ephemera, his face pale. No matter how he calculated, he couldn't see any chance of hope. No escape from this calamity, Daoist Tian Shu murmured to himself, the righteous aura around him beginning to dissipate. As the terrifying aura of Butcher Immortal Jing enveloped the Taicang dynasty, the morale of the cultivators of the 9 dynasties instantly collapsed. Yet some refused to give up. Great cultivators of the mystic heart realm from the Taicang sect continued to fight with their lives, displaying the leadership spirit of the 9 dynasties alliance hierarch. And Hao and Wu Ju sped through the air. Their cultivation levels were low, and at the moment, no one stopped them. They swiftly flew into the Wanji forest, intending to rescue those who had become sacrifices. However, as soon as they landed, strands of bloody aura quickly entangled their feet. Before they could react, the runes beneath them burst forth with dazzling blood light, spreading rapidly and sweeping across the Taicang dynasty at an astonishing speed. Every living being within the dynasty's borders, including the great cultivators in the air, was immobilized. Even those great cultivators of the mystic heart realm were suppressed. Though they could still move, their actions were as slow as drifting leaves, making those who wanted to escape feel utterly hopeless. They suddenly felt that the Taicang dynasty was boundless. On a cliff, Li Xiandao, LV Xian, Yi Luyun, and a group of imposing cultivators were all pinned where they stood. What is this? A cultivator looked at the mysterious bloodline wrapping around his legs, shouting in terror. He tried to struggle, but couldn't break free. What made him most desperate was the realization that his control over his own body was slipping away. LV Xian lowered his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Li Xiandao gazed into the distance, his expression calm, as if he did not fear this disaster at all. This is the Mahayana array, which requires the power of a Mahayana realm cultivator to activate. Do you know what the Mahayana realm is? Butcher Immortal Jing's voice rang out, chilling the heavens and earth. Li Zuando's eyes began to flicker upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Lu Lingjun was in the air, similarly ensnared by the mysterious bloodlines that had appeared out of nowhere and were impossible to defend against. Beneath her, the white spirit demon emperor wailed, "We're doomed." Lu Lingjun looked at the origin tree of ephemera and saw a figure stepping out from the black fissure within the tree. It was Butcher Immortal Jing. His black robe flared violently, the cuffs and hems tattered, making his attire resemble black flames. His face, pale as death, broke into a sinister smile, looking down upon the world below. 2 vivid marks of evil ghosts on his forehead seemed ready to leap out. Rumble, the ground trembled fiercely, and a blood-colored barrier rose from the Wanji forest, making the sparse trees seem like insignificant weeds. More and more cultivators of the ephemera sect descended, kneeling on the ground, zealously gazing at him. Sword Venerable Fudao of the Supreme Sect, why don't you show yourself? Taoist of Immortality from the 3 Pure Ones mountain, where are you chanting your scriptures? Didn't someone from the Taicang sect boast that it wouldn't be difficult to flatten the ephemera sect? Why don't you show yourself? If you don't come, millions of lives will be cast into the 6 paths, aiding me in becoming immortal. Butcher Immortal Jing's voice echoed again and again, extinguishing the hope in the hearts of the 9 dynasties' cultivators. More and more people fell into despair. In his blood-red eyes, the reflection of ephemeral flowers appeared as the human face on the origin tree of ephemera opened its mouth, spitting out a giant ephemeral flower that flew to his feet, carrying him upward. As he ascended, everyone within the Taicang dynasty felt their vitality being drained, further deepening their despair. Far in the Mystic Valley, Guan felt a chill in his heart. This guy's aura is so strong. It feels like his realm is almost comparable to the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. Fortunately, I broke through ahead of time, and even to the 9th layer of the Nirvana realm. Guan locked his divine sense onto Sage Xian Miao. With Gu An's mana enhancing him, Sage Xian Miao's speed far surpassed before and he was already nearing the Taicang dynasty. Sage Xian Miao also heard Butcher Immortal Jing's voice, feeling an urgency he had never felt before. He had never thought his speed could be so slow. Mountain God. It's too late. Sage Xian Miao roared in his heart, tightly gripping the mountain god's wooden figure, his arm trembling. If it's too late, then throw it out. Gu An's voice reached his ears. Upon hearing this, he immediately hurled the wooden figure forward. As soon as the figure left his hand, it burst forth with terrifying speed, transforming into a streak of cyan light that charged towards the Wanji forest with unstoppable force. Almost instantly, Butcher Immortal Jing sensed something, turning his head towards the horizon. Lu Lingjun was directly in Butcher Immortal Jing's line of sight, and feeling his gaze, her heart trembled. Under her were the White Spirit Demon Emperor who was shaking even more. In a trance, Lu Lingjun seemed to sense something, subconsciously turning her head. Time seemed to freeze as she caught sight of a streak of cyan light. Within the cyan light, she vaguely saw a small figure. And Hao, struggling desperately, turned his head and saw the cyan light speeding over, passing above his head at an inconceivable speed. On the cliff, Li Xiandao watched as the cyan light streaked across the horizon, his vision blurring. In the desperate eyes of the countless sacrifices, a streak of cyan light pierced through the darkened sky, bringing light into their view. Butcher Immortal Jing's reaction surpassed everyone in the Taicang dynasty. He raised his hand to block, forming a black light with terrifying spiritual power to intercept the cyan streak. His face changed slightly, and he coldly said, "Mahayana realm, who are you?" Within the cyan light, the small wooden figure turned, facing Butcher Immortal Jing. The small wooden figure raised its hand, pointing at Butcher Immortal Jing. Butcher Immortal Jing's eyes narrowed as he suddenly clenched his right fist, forming a demonic claw of terrifying black light, aiming to crush the small wooden figure. Bang! A massive beam of cyan light suddenly emerged from behind the small wooden figure, engulfing Butcher Immortal Jing at an unimaginable speed. Too fast. Standing at the peak of the Mahayana realm, Butcher Immortal Jing couldn't even react. The towering origin tree of ephemera was instantly pierced by the cyan beam, its body rapidly turning to ash, dispersing the thunderclouds in the sky. The bright sky suddenly burst into view, causing countless people to subconsciously close their eyes. The cyan light around the small wooden figure dissipated. Silence fell over the world. Great cultivators of the 9 dynasties and the ephemera sect stared in shock at the diminishing body of the origin tree of ephemera, their minds blank. The small wooden figure turned, its body trembling slightly. In an instant, the sound of thunder exploded. The ground shattered, countless trees shot up, rushing towards the cultivators of the ephemera sect with mad speed. The great cultivators of the mystic heart realm instinctively tried to flee, but were swiftly entangled by the trees. Beyond the Mahayana array, endless trees rose, forming walls on all sides. The ephemera sect cultivators within the formation saw their faces change dramatically, leaping up to try to escape over the walls, but were immediately entangled by vines and pulled into the trees. No, what is this? Who? Sect hierarch, save me. Spare me. Spare me. Countless screams and cries erupted, plunging the earth into despair. The 9 Dynasties cultivators scrambled to dodge, but soon realized that the vines and trees bypassed them, targeting only the ephemera sect cultivators. Daoist Tianshu of the 3 Pure Ones mountain hovered in the sky, overlooking the earth. Dust rose like an ocean, boundless, as if covering the entire mortal world. The trees twisted like azure dragons, mysterious and grand, shattering this mystic heart realm great cultivator's perception and cognition. He could not imagine such mighty power. It was as if heaven and earth were punishing the ephemera sect. Not only him, but all the great cultivators of the 9 dynasties were watching this shocking sight. No matter how high they flew, they could not see the end of the sea of trees. The entire land was engulfed in a sea of dust, with countless trees growing rampant. Lu Lingjun stared dumbfounded at the scene, unable to believe her eyes. The power of heaven and earth. Heaven has opened its eyes, the white spirit demon emperor cried out in excitement, the bloodlines on its body beginning to dissipate. It regained control of its demon body. On a mountain top in the North Sea mountain, Guan stood on the cliff, facing the wind, displaying the majesty of an immortal. The wooden figure given to Sage Xian Miao was merely a decoy to make Butcher Immortal Jing believe that the approaching entity was only a Mahayana realm cultivator. Guan used the mana on the wooden figure to lock onto Butcher Immortal Jing from a distance, then used his full power to kill Butcher Immortal Jing. Mentally intense, but the process was brief. A series of prompts flashed before Gu An's eyes as he shifted his right foot slightly. Within 10,000 li of the Taicang dynasty, the vast sea of trees came to a halt, each tree spine shaking the eyes of all living beings. Guan turned, the wind lifting his black hair, and he walked into the forest, disappearing into the darkness as if he had never appeared. Meanwhile, Sage Xian Miao was still rushing towards the Taicang dynasty. When he reached its border, his speed began to slow. Staring at the towering, curving trees before him, he was struck with awe. Could this be the power of the mountain god? Sage Xian Miao descended slowly, landing on a cliff, standing as Guan had done before, the wind blowing against him. Unlike Gu An's calm, his face was filled with shock. His eyes showed a mixture of surprise and reverence. Suddenly, he felt a deep sense of fear. He had been so rude to the mountain god, yet the mountain god had shown him mercy. The stark contrast between the modest mountain god and the magnificent spectacle before him overwhelmed his heart. He slowly knelt down, his knees mere inches from the cliff edge. To serve for a lifetime, it turns out to be my honor. Chapter 147 Mountain God Legend, establishing temples everywhere under the sunlight, the vast dust waves between heaven and earth lingered for a long time. The hierarchs of the 9 dynasties sects gathered together, standing on the massive tree roots, looking at the surrounding scene, speechless. LV Badian was also the same. Even though the high-level members of the ephemera sect had been dead for a while, the shock in his heart had yet to dissipate. They had battled for so long without breaking through the ephemera sect's defenses, but in mere moments, the hierarch and the great cultivators of the mystic heart realm were all dead? What on earth had happened? Those standing at the top of the 9 dynasties' immortal cultivation world all felt complex and uneasy at that moment. Surviving this catastrophe brought them joy, but upon calming down, they felt fear. If the mysterious power that annihilated the ephemera sect so easily could destroy them just as effortlessly? The Tsintian sect leader, Liang Tsanghai, looked at Daoist Tianshu of the 3 Pure Ones mountain and asked, Daoist friend Tianshu, do you know what power this is? Everyone looked at Daoist Tianshu, their eyes filled with hope. Being the oldest sect among the 9 dynasties, 3 Pure Ones mountain's understanding of the world far surpassed theirs. Daoist Tianshu's expression was complex. He took a deep breath and said, Poor Daoist also does not know what existence acted, but perhaps heaven and earth are punishing the ephemera sect. Heaven and earth? The faces of the hierarchs changed unpredictably. The sect leader of the Jueshan sect from the Taicang dynasty, Zhong Wujin, looked into the distance and sighed, if heaven and earth have a spirit, why did it wait for so many deaths before acting? Looking in the direction of his gaze, the disciples of various sects were escorting captives turned sacrificial victims. Their figures were as numerous as the stars, yet appeared so insignificant amidst the sea of trees. No one answered Zhong Wujin's question. This battle shattered their pride. Having witnessed such terrifying power, they realized that the unification realm was nothing, and the mystic heart realm was merely slightly stronger ants. The great cultivators of the mystic heart realm from the ephemera sect died without any resistance. They could never forget the despair on those cultivators' faces before they died. It was the mountain god. The mountain god acted. A voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads, only to see Sage Xian Miao quickly flying over. LV Badian recognized this person, the second on the golden list, the only one who forced and how to go all out. Sage Xian Miao flew swiftly and landed in front of Daoist Tianshu, raising his hand in salute. An old Taoist from Three Pure Ones Mountain quickly asked, Xian Miao, which mountain god? What do you know? Sage Xian Miao took a deep breath and looked at the hierarchs, saying, the one who annihilated the ephemera sect was the mountain god. The mountain god hides deep in the mountains, hard to trace. I was fortunate to have encountered it. Earlier, the mountain god gave me a wooden figure, telling me to use it to save the world. All of this was caused by that wooden figure. As he spoke of this, his face was full of reverence. The hierarchs all started questioning, making the area noisy. Liang Sanghai seemed to recall something and immediately waved his hand towards the distance. Soon, a cultivator flew over, holding a wooden figure. Liang Sanghai summoned the wooden figure from a distance, grasped it, and then asked Sage Xian Miao, friend, is this the wooden figure? Sage Xian Miao immediately nodded, saying, this is the mountain god's wooden effigy, do not offend it. Everyone's attention fell on the wooden figure in Liang Kanghai's hand, making him feel it was scorching hot. Some still doubted Sage Xian Miao's words, then Daoist Tianshu suddenly cast a spell, immobilizing Sage Xian Miao, and waved his horsetail whisk across his forehead, drawing out a vision. Everyone saw Sage Xian Miao kneeling in the woods. Before him on a branch squatted a little white-clothed figure. Seeing this white-clothed figure, Liang Sanghai was so frightened that he dropped the wooden figure. Identical. This mountain god was so small, yet it made the people present believe it indeed was the mountain god. The 9 dynasties' land is about to face utter disaster. Once all the people of the 9 dynasties die and demons invade, no one will be left to worship you. Who said only humans can worship me, and who told you I only protect the human race? If you want me to act, it's not impossible, but what? What do you want? I want you to be my slave for all eternity, to serve my shrine, to guard it forever, never to be free. Listening to the mountain god's words, everyone's spine tingled with cold. The previous conversation left them puzzled about the mountain god's intentions, but the last words made them feel the mountain god's terrifying, unpredictable nature. Trading with immortals and gods came with a heavy price. In the tense weight of everyone, in the vision, Sage Xian Miao looked up and said words that shocked everyone's hearts. All right, I willingly become the mountain god's slave, just ask the mountain god to save the world. Take it and save the world. The mountain god threw Sage Xian Miao a wooden figure, then Sage Xian Miao stood up, saluted, and left with the figure. The vision abruptly ended here. Daoist Tianchu's expression changed slightly, suddenly spewing a mouthful of reverse blood, his face turning pale. Sage Xian Miao regained his movement and frowned at Daoist Tianshu. The other hierarchs looked at Sage Xian Miao with complex expressions. Chapter 148 Exploding Lifespan Within a Month. Thanks to the ephemera, Guan reaped 7 million years of lifespan. Most of this was harvested in the first half of the month. As time went on, it became increasingly difficult to seize lifespans. More ephemera withered directly after he picked them, which intrigued him. It was as if some force was drawing away the vitality of these ephemera prematurely. Although he did not know the reason, Guan felt satisfied. Thanks to the ephemera sect, he saved 20 years of effort, extending his life to 439 million years. After the fall of the ephemera sect, the lands of the 9 dynasties erupted in celebration. Various versions of the story spread among the people. The ephemera sect became known as the most terrifying sect in the world, while the mountain god became a revered faith among the folk. On this day, in a forest in the North Sea mountain range, sage Xian Miao knelt on the ground, his expression devout. Suddenly, he heard a voice and showed a look of joy, then walked in another direction. After 2 hours, sage Xian Miao stopped. He stood on a hillside, gazing out at the sparkling North Sea. "Build a temple for me here, and open up a medicine field to plant herbs for me," Gu An's voice sounded in sage Xian Miao's ear. Sage Xian Miao immediately agreed. He was very excited about the life of serving to come. Just like that, a day and a night passed. At dawn, Guan appeared as a little figure dressed in white on sage Xian Miao's shoulder. Sage Xian Miao was meditating on the steps in front of the temple, eyes closed in cultivation. Guan surveyed the temple that sage Xian Miao had built. It was decent, not magnificent but not shabby either. The courtyard walls were made of stone, as was the temple, with redwood beams and pillars, and red tiles lining the eaves. Nestled in the forest halfway up the mountain, it appeared faintly visible. A great cauldron in the courtyard burned incense, with wisps of smoke curling upwards, giving it the feel of an immortal's abode. Overall, sage Xian Miao had put in a lot of effort, successfully pleasing him. Guan said, "The inscription on the plaque is not good. Mountain God Temple is too generic. There may be other mountain gods besides me in this world." Sage Xian Miao's eyes snapped open, and he instinctively turned to look, seeing the mountain god standing on his shoulder. His body instantly stiffened, not daring to move. He cautiously asked, "May I ask for your deity's name? I haven't decided yet." Guan jumped off sage Xian Miao's shoulder and walked into the courtyard. Sage Xian Miao quickly stood up to follow, curiously asking, "What do you mean by not decided? Don't you have a divine group behind you, like the heavenly court in Investiture of the Gods?" Investiture of the Gods, what is that? Lu Lingjun seriously said, "Perhaps it is very difficult, but since we have embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, we must strive for this goal, even if we die without regret." Guan noticed that her lifespan had reached its limit, which is 3,700 years. She still had nearly 1,700 years left. He wondered if she could defy the heavens and reach the Nirvana realm in the remaining years. For now, he had no intention of teaching her the primordial reincarnation skill. His relationship with Lu Lingjun hadn't reached that level yet. He would observe her next actions first. If she pleased him, he might give her a hand. If she treated him poorly, she could forget about it. An hour later, Lu Lingjun stood up to leave. Before departing, she reminded him, "Don't pay attention to those worthless books. If you have time, write another Investiture of the Gods. I want to see what happened to those people after they became deities." Worthless books? You don't understand at all. Guan glared at Lu Lingjun's back. After she closed the door, he took out the Supreme Secret Records. This was the last volume of the Supreme Secret Records. After reading it, he planned to burn it. He opened the first page and began to savor it. Shenzhen's writing style had changed. The final volume had a melancholic tone, unlike the previous boldness. Nice, I like it. As a melancholic person himself, Guan decided not to burn the Supreme Secret Records. Watching the male protagonist and his soulmate expressing their feelings during a farewell, releasing years of emotional conflict, next came the illustrations Guan usually despised. He decided to take a careful look to see if Shenzhen's drawing skills had any flaws. As the new year arrived, Guan participated in the spring festival celebrations in the Third Medicine Valley and the Mystic Valley. Late at night, he arrived at Ninshu Cave in the Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. He brought fine wine and delicacies to Tian Yaoer, intending to celebrate the festival together. Apart from tending to the herbs, Tian Yaoer spent her time cultivating. Life was quite dull, so every time Guan visited, he would bring her various delicacies. This was Tian Yaoer's first time drinking wine. She held the jar and was choked by the first sip. This was spiritual wine. Even core formation cultivators would get drunk if they drank too much. Although intoxicated, this wine could boost cultivation, making it an excellent aid for cultivation. Tian Yaoer's delicate face turned visibly red, and Guan reminded her, if you can't handle it, don't rush. Save it for later. You'll get used to it after a few drinks. A demon getting flushed from drinking wine? This was unexpected for Guan. Tian Yaoer shook her head and said, I can drink. Why wouldn't I be able to drink? She saw Guan finish a bowl of spiritual wine and naturally didn't want to admit defeat. Moreover, despite the heat it induced, she found the sensation quite pleasant and wanted to drink more. Guan was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. He stood up, saying, You eat some meat first. I'll be back. As his words fell, he disappeared from where he stood. Tian Yaoer picked up the wine jar again, licked her lips, and took another sip. This time, she forced herself to endure the nasal sting and continued drinking. Under the dark night, amidst the continuous mountains, a rising and falling ridge appeared. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a giant snake with human features and legs. It was Qin Snake, who had previously appeared in the Wanji forest. Qin Snake was covered in blood, its breath weak, and its breathing sounded like muffled thunder. Around it, demon fog churned, with faint ghostly shadows approaching. Qin Snake's lively eyes were extremely fatigued, ready to close at any moment. Such powerful qi blood, an ancient species. A chilling laughter sounded, startling Qin Snake. It opened its eyes to see a figure floating above the demon fog in the distance. It was an old woman in a black robe, with 2 horns on her head and a pair of wings on her back. The black fur on her cheeks made her appear even more terrifying. The Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother gazed at Qin Snake with eyes full of greed. Qin Snake moved slightly but could not get up. The Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother began to approach Qin Snake, black demon energy swirling around her like 2 black dragons encircling Qin Snake's huge body. If you don't want to die, turn and leave now. A voice came from Qin Snake's direction. The Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother stopped and squinted to see a little figure in white standing on Qin Snake's forehead, wearing a mask. The Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother sneered, Who are you? Don't you know who I am? Guan heard this, was about to answer, but then thought it was bothersome. So, he waved his sleeve, and terrifying mana surged toward the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, instantly turning her to ashes. You successfully seized 203 years of lifespan from the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, Unification Realm, 9 layers. The Demon King that Tian Yaoer feared the most died under Gu An's hand, without any resistance. Qin Snake struggled to keep its eyes open and spoke weakly, Are you the mountain god? Its voice was androgynous, barely audible. That day, during the Ephemera sect battle, it was injured and saw the wooden figure. The wooden figure looked a lot like Guan now. Guan spoke, Since you have saved lives, I will save you this once. He took out a bottle of elixirs he had already refined and poured them into Qin Snake's mouth. Qin Snake was seriously wounded and poisoned by the origin tree of Ephemera's ephemera poison, which could only be cured by the ephemera elixir made from ephemera. Mountain God, someone, has inherited the ephemera sect's power, Qin Snake said weakly. Its snake eyes glowed, revealing a figure. Guan focused his eyes, and his expression under the mask turned peculiar. How could it be him? Chapter 149 Unify the Universe, Conquer the Demons Together. Li Xiandao. How did this guy inherit the power of the ephemera sect? Guan asked, Inherit power, what kind of power does the ephemera sect have to inherit? Qin Snake answered with difficulty, the ephemera flowers spread all over the world absorb spiritual energy for the spirit of ephemera, which is also an ancient species. It can absorb the spiritual energy of the world through the ephemera flowers. Once it is merged with a living being, all the ephemera flowers will lose their vitality, leaving only the husks. The figure in its eyes was Li Xiandao, whose true form was revealed. Li Xiandao seemed to be communicating with someone, but no sound came out. Guan asked, "Are your injuries due to trying to stop him?" "That's right, he has the support of the mystic heart realm behind him, but he didn't kill me," Qin's snake replied. Guan asked, "Do you want me to kill him?" "If possible, it's best to cripple his cultivation level. The spirit of ephemera is ultimately an ominous entity. Then you should take good care of your injuries, and one day remove him yourself. Your poison will soon be gone." Guan replied casually, regardless of truth. How could he possibly listen to Qin Snake's words and cripple someone just like that? Qin Snake remained silent for a moment, then said, "I was being presumptuous." Guan then disappeared from its forehead. Qin Snake also possessed mystic heart realm cultivation. Once the poison was removed, even the demons of the heavenly Phoenix Mountain couldn't do anything to it. Sensing Guan's disappearance, Qin Snake closed its eyes, and its breathing began to weaken. On the other side, Guan returned to the Nianshu cave and was surprised to find Tian Yao already drunk, lying on the table. He picked up the jar and found it completely empty. "This girl." Guan smiled helplessly, picked up Tian Yao, and walked towards the room. Master, help me, kill the demon mother, avenge my parents," Tian Yao mumbled as she clung to Guan's neck, her hot breath landing on his neck. Guan didn't tell her that the Heaven Phoenix demon mother was already dead. With a target of hatred, she would work even harder in her cultivation. The next day at noon, Guan came to Tianya Valley. Last night, he had used divine sense to capture that Li Xiandao had returned to Tianya Valley. From afar, Guan saw Li Zuando's figure. He was sitting at a stone table under a tree, holding a book in one hand. Li Xiandao, Void Crossing Realm 7th Layer 271/1599/6050, Void Crossing Realm 7th Layer. His cultivation level had increased again. The most crucial thing was that his extreme lifespan had doubled. Guan remembered that his extreme lifespan was just over 3,000 years. Is the spirit of ephemera so powerful? Li Xiandao looked at his book and casually said, "I am waiting for the Venerable Pavilion of the Supreme Sect to come to me." Venerable Pavilion? Guan became even more curious. Had Li Xiandao already attracted one of the three major families? He did not continue to ask. He let these people fight as long as it did not affect him. With his current cultivation level, if not invincible in the continent, at least in the 9 dynasties, no one could threaten him. His curiosity stemmed more from a spectator mentality. Standing on high, watching these people struggle, it indeed had a certain interest. After peace returned to the world, Guan's life resumed as usual. He traveled between various medicine valleys, occasionally visiting the outer sect city, chatting with friends in the city. To him, every day was interesting and not boring. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. That summer, Guan turned 79. His lifespan had broken through 5 million years, inching closer to 10 million years. The mystic heart realm was no longer a secret, at least in the inner sect city. There were even people discussing the stories of great cultivators in the mystic heart realm. That day, Guan came to the inner sect city and invited Wu Ju to a tavern for a drink. Wu Ju was very pleased with his visit. After each had drunk a jar of wine, Wu Ju said, "Brother Gu, next month, I have to leave. I probably won't come back for 10 years. Over the years, Wu Ju's extreme lifespan had not increased, possibly due to the tranquility of his days. Guan curiously asked, "Where are you going?" Wu Ju replied, "The current emperor has called for uniting the 9 dynasties and gathering the power of the world to resist the great demon calamity in decades. My master is sending me to support him." Zhou family. 5 years ago, Guan had become curious about which venerable pavilion Li Xiandao met with, so he used his divine sense to spy and discovered that the venerable pavilion was Wu Ju's master, Zhou Yu. After they met, Li Xiandao returned to the court and made a statement that shocked the world. Unite the universe, jointly fight demons. Such arrogant words had been criticized by the Supreme Sect disciples, yet the events had defied their expectations. To everyone's surprise, the Supreme Sect sent disciples to support the dynasty, acting on behalf of Li Xiandao. This was clearly not LV Baishan's idea. Guan could sense that the atmosphere in the inner sect had become tense. It was worth noting that LV Badian had not come to find Guan in the last 5 years. If he hadn't used his divine sense to check and confirm that LV Badian was alive and well, in seclusion cultivating, he might have thought that LV Badian had been forced into deviation again. I have a disciple named Yi Yen. He joined the army many years ago. If you encounter him, please take good care of him. Guan smiled. Wu Ju patted his chest and smiled, of course, no problem.